Test, test. Okay, we are working on our mic outside. Currently, our inside mics are working, but our outside are not. We will keep working on this. They're still getting everybody ready. We got a few minutes till the first event starts. All right, so we're having a little issues outside. We're going to bring our commentator back inside and let him do it remotely. So give us just a couple more seconds, and once Will gets inside, we'll have him on the mic giving you play-by-play. We're going to run to a commercial break right now and give our sponsors a little shout-out, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit membership so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you. Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit membership.
Check, check. Alrighty, we are back with the Beasts of the Bay USS Masters Pro World and Amateur. A beautiful Sunday, and we've already started with the truck pull. I believe Janet Campos is already gone, which means that Patty Burton is up next in the lightweight 132s, women's. And I am going to be commentating from the lovely indoor arena at the Fit Festival. So I don't have to be out there burning today, which is just awesome. Getting an even sweeter tan. And it looks like Patty is off and running. And much like a lot of the athletes yesterday, the decision was made to drop the lead rope, which I think was a good decision. It seemed to just be getting in the way of most of the athletes anyway. And with this being the case, a lot of the athletes were kind of asking me my advice. And I told them, you're going to start in a bear crawl position and try to stand up as quickly as possible. The hardest part about basically any of these events, but especially one that's slightly downhill with a pulling, harnessed pull event, is just getting it started. Once you get it started, you want to kind of stand up and lead with the hips as much as you can. Especially with no lead rope, you don't have an opportunity to use your shoulders to push through. So just trying to lead with the hips and using that belly band or waistband that's on the harness is probably your best bet. Looks like Patty had a pretty good run there. Wasn't able to get totally upright. But when you only weigh 130 pounds, it's hard to get that much moving. So even downhill, it's still an uphill battle. I want to give a shout out to the fire department for coming out for a second day to let us borrow their emergency equipment. And we see we are doing our very best to keep the lane as clean as possible, too, with a nice leaf blower. Trying to keep that dry and clean. That's very important. Next up, I believe that's going to round out our 132s. We did have a dropout. Assuming they're going in order, it should be heavyweight. And we'll be starting with Ellie Pope. I actually checked her in this morning. She's got a lot on her mind, and if she can compartmentalize all the personal stuff, I think she'll have a good time. But that's part of the game. Quick reset. And it looks like she's off and moving. There it is. The short, choppy steps is going to be your best bet. I tell people, if you feel like you're running in place, you're actually doing it right. Because those short, choppy steps are all energy getting put into it. And she is upright, and she's pretty much jogging with it, which is what you want. And yes, that is, in fact, Ellie Pope. That's going to be a good time for her. Yeah, she's fully upright. She's just running with it. Good work from Ellie there. So in this case, the tires are actually the marker for the distance for the athletes. So they'll back the truck up to those starting cones with the tire in the center, and then time will stop when the front tires break the plane of the end cones there. Unfortunately, I won't have times for any of these athletes until after everything is updated, but as soon as we have those, we'll go over them for everybody. But I can tell you that looked like a pretty fast start and a pretty fast finish. And I think she's going to be pretty happy with that run.
Are you happy to be spending your birthday with us today?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting home as quickly as possible so I can spend at least a couple of minutes at home for my birthday. Yeah. That'd be nice. I ordered a custom Hawaiian birthday shirt, but it didn't come in on time, and I was very disappointed, so I figured I'd celebrate my second favorite birthday, being the USA, with my very gaudy American shirt. You'll see it eventually stream. You'll get to experience. No. It's my look. People literally don't recognize me if I'm not wearing this exact outfit. It is my uniform, and I'm totally fine with that. All right, so up next is going to be Christine Sebastian, and that's actually going to round out our heavyweights. Looks like she's strapped in. Looks like she's taking the strain. So the start of this is, in my opinion, even more important than any other part of this event. If you can get a really good start, you just carry that momentum through. You can just start going faster and faster and faster. And one thing I keep telling all the athletes, number one, I'm going to make fun of you if I see you starting with a staggered start. And two, don't start with a staggered start because you're going to find yourself putting that lead foot back anyway and having to push with both feet because breaking this initial momentum is really, really tough. But she is just flying with it. She's absolutely moving, is Christine Sebastian. Easy work. Real strong finish. Yeah, real strong finish. Some of the athletes were a little, I guess perturbed would be the word to use. Maybe terse. When they found out they didn't have a lead rope anymore because that's quote-unquote what they've been practicing. But that's kind of one of the beautiful things about strongman. Things can change day of. Sometimes you don't have the right equipment that you quote-unquote trained on. But that's kind of what makes this sport unique and special is that you just kind of be ready and be good. All right, and that's going to round out the heavyweight women's. And next is going to start the middleweight, which is 220 and under men. Or perhaps they're going to go to the pros. We'll find out. They might do pros women's first, so. I do know who Anthony Infante is. If they go to the Masters men, I know who Anthony is, so I'll be able to tell if that's him or not. Unfortunately, I do not know who Nicole Tekel is. So if they do end up going to the pros women's, I won't know who that is. So right now, we've just been informed that the fire truck is carrying a bit too much water still. This is an empty truck. It does not have water in it. But if you'll notice, some of the water that is residual in there is spilling out on the lane, which is contributing to kind of a dangerous situation for the athletes. We don't want water on the field like that. So they're going to flush the system a little bit more. And I believe we're going to take a little break while they do that. So we will be right back with a flushed out system and a nice, clean, dry field.
Forward to hearing from you.
we're back. And it looks like the athlete is strapped in. That kind of looks like Anthony Infante to me. I met him a few weeks back, actually about a month ago, at an OSJ Regionals. Him and his other friend, Anthony, the two Tonys, were both competing. And I guess the other Tony just didn't want to do it this weekend. He's got, like, life stuff to do or whatever. But the Tony that matters is here. And he is blazing, moving really fast. And that is 100% Anthony Infante. Yeah, he got pretty upright. Nice, steady pace, which sometimes is what you need. The start looks pretty good, too. And then up next, we're going to have Ted Drever, which is a bit of a redemption run for Ted. Ted actually suffered a pretty debilitating injury here last year, ironically on a max axle clean and press. And he kind of just, Uncle Ted just don't quit. And so when he saw the show coming up, he said, you know what? I need my redemption. I'm coming back to do it and make it happen. And so he's here competing today in a full show. He just did a Record Breakers last year when it was here. And this year he said, I want to do the whole show. Just prove that I'm back. Of course, if you ask Ted, he never went anywhere anyway. But that's why we love Uncle Ted. And Ted actually has a show coming up on the 21st, I believe, of September that he runs out of his gym in Ocala, Iron Legion. And that should be a fun show. It is every year. I'll probably be competing in it myself for the first time. I'm usually just out there helping, but gotta love Uncle Ted, and I'm really excited to see him get back to it and set the pace on this first event for himself, too. And I told him I would mercilessly mock him if I saw him start with a staggered step. And Ted is a very athletic athlete at that. He is a former Olympic-style weightlifter with records. Very, very amazing overhead presser. The man just kind of has no weaknesses, honestly. Taking the strain nice and good. Starting off with a good bear crawl. Staying pretty straight. That's super important, too. If you bobble a bunch, it's a bad time. But, you know, one of the things, the differences between Ted, Say, and Anthony is, although they're both competing as masters, under 220, Ted doesn't really have to cut to hit that weight. Ted kind of walks around like 220. Anthony definitely cut a little bit of weight. And body weight is going to be huge on this. This is a very good run. Very steady and consistent. Ted has some good foot speed. His injury that he had was actually to his knee. So I know an event like this could possibly be mental more than anything for him. So it's good to see Uncle Ted back and doing it. But I'm most excited to see Uncle Ted get some revenge on that max axle. I believe he is the state record holder for the axle in the Masters men. And as he would put it, he's had nothing but time to work on his press anyway, so maybe he'll come back and take it again. And that means up next is going to be Sean Burton, and he is going to be our last middleweight man. All of these athletes had to weigh in under 220 pounds. I do like to remind people that although an athlete may have weighed in at a certain weight, that does not mean that's what they weigh today. As a weight class athlete, I can guarantee it that they do not weigh what they're supposed to weigh. So they weighed in at 220. Or maybe I shouldn't be letting out all the little secrets. All right, looks like we have Sean getting strapped in. We have the field being dried and cleaned in between each competitor. And looks like Sean is off to a start. Staying very straight. Again, staying straight and in line with the vehicle is super important. Every time you take a step to the left or to the right, you're wasting energy pushing it that way. The truck's not going to turn. You're not going to be able to turn it, you know. So putting all of your energy forward is really what you want to do. And Sean is really, really running right at the end there. And I know Sean. Yeah, Sean competed at my show back in July, actually. Him and his wife are competing together today, which is super cool. And they're both really, really good competitors. A lot of fun to watch. They're both very consistent, which is the most dangerous thing you can be in this sport, is consistent. You don't often get rewarded for being a one-trick pony. And that is going to round out the 220 middleweight men masters. Next up, we're going to have the heavyweight masters men with my boy Sean Fennelly, who better win or he's not coming home. Yeah, I see Sean right there. Sean, I love Sean. He has been in the sport for maybe 4 years at this point, might even be less. And I will say he was gently nudged into an open class by myself and a few other people in the sport because we saw his potential, and he has just taken to it like a duck in water. Man just loves the sport. He's all about it, super supportive. He does like 9 shows a year. The guy's insane in the best way, and we love him. And I'm hoping he sets a good pace for himself mentally on this event. And again, these athletes are a bit heavier than the ones you just saw. In fact, most of them are probably quite a bit heavier. And body weight does play a bit of a factor in an event like this, you know, just getting that truck moving. So we'll see how Sean starts out. And he is off. Short steps. Good stuff. Good stuff. Stay low until you're moving. Stay low until you're moving. Nice. Good momentum. Little bobbles. Little bobbles. There it is. There it is. Short, choppy steps. Nice and fast. Lead with the hips, Sean. Lead with the hips. Yeah. Good stuff. This is one of those events where when you get moving, you're going to want to start opening your stride a lot more. But it's actually a lot better if you just keep your steps very short and very choppy, because you're producing more power into the rope that way. When you start taking those longer strides, as that truck pulls you backwards, you have to almost reset with the other foot, and it becomes very challenging. But Sean did a really good job of staying choppy throughout that and trying to stand up as quickly as he could to then actually increase his speed, because you can only go so fast in a bear crawl. I think Sean's going to be happy with that. Well, he might be happy because his nemesis, Leroy, is up next, and you may recognize the last name of Herndon because his son competed yesterday in the teens division. That was I want to say Blake or Luke? I don't know, something along those lines. I think it's Blake. And that was his first comp, and I know Leroy was super proud to see his son. I know he was because I saw his post about it last night where he said he was super proud. And I know that Leroy and Sean, it's just back and forth between those two, but it's mostly back, with Leroy just edging out Sean every time. So Sean is always hungry and waiting for Leroy to make that one little slip so he can slide right in there and quit being the bridesmaid for once. And Leroy is a very fast athlete, deceptively fast. But he does have a football background, as I understand it, so kind of makes sense in that regard. They usually excel at these kind of events specifically. Now, I actually think Leroy stood up just a touch early on that, and he's kind of taking some pretty wide strides. He's a very tall athlete, too. But he's just stomping right through. There you go. Notice now he's getting some extra speed right at the end there. Nice, and he goes down. But you know what? That's exactly where you want to go down. Get that last little pull through the end there. Not pro tip. If you're doing an event like this where you have no lead rope, wear knee sleeves, wear gloves. If you have a lead rope, I don't recommend gloves. But yeah, asphalt is very hot. Promoter Steve Coyne making sure the camera's clean. Yeah, I think Leroy's going to be happy with that. Maybe counting in my head, it's going to be close between the two either way. In my heart, I want to say that Sean edged him out a little bit, but I won't know until I see the scores. I love Leroy too, by the way. Like, I'm really close with both of them, so my tiny mouse heart can't really stand the rivalry. And then to round out the heavyweight men, we have Christopher Tanner. whom I swear I've met once or twice, and I feel terrible because I don't really know that much about him. But maybe he'll be the guy who steals a point here or there and is the big difference. And speaking from experience, having a class with 3 people is sometimes the most fun because you can't make any mistakes, or if one of the other guys does make a mistake, it is really easy to just slide right in there and take over. And the great news is you're on the podium no matter what. So when you're telling people at work on Monday, like, yeah, I got on the podium at the show, they're like, oh, that's awesome. You don't have to tell them there's only 3 of you. All right, looks like Chris is locked in, waiting for his go. There he is, taking the strain. He's a little high up. But Chris has enough body weight and strength in those legs to just start in that position and just get off and rolling. Yeah, really good stuff from Chris here. This is like, if you have the capability to do it how he's doing it, do it that way. Oh, I know who Chris is. Yeah, Chris is I want to call him a chef, but I think he's actually like kind of like a culinary arts. Like, he's even fancier than a chef. And he actually just competed at the OSG Regionals in Amelia Island last month, I think. And did very well out there. The man's a problem for both Leroy and Sean. But that's, again, the beauty of a 3-man class. A lot of room for mistakes, slip-ups, and placing changes. So we'll see. That's going to be a good run from him, for sure. And that is going to round out the Masters Heavyweight. And we're going to be moving to the Masters Men's Heavyweight 50-plus category. Kind of glad we're not broadcasting out there. You'd probably hear all the knees popping as they were getting ready. And just be thankful there's no smell-o-vision, because you would be smelling all the menthol. Love Masters competitors, but boy howdy, they like their warming gels. I'll be there someday. And I believe up first is going to be Ed Wellborn. I think he was a late entry to the game. And the way it normally works in Strongman is the last sign-up is the first to go. So it pays to sort of get in there early and sign up early. So yeah, I believe Edward Wellborn is going to be the first to be going in the 50-plus category, followed by Horace Marlowe, and then rounding out that division is going to be Woody Wood. Making sure the field is nice and dry for everybody. Dry adjacent. And it looks like Ed is in position, waiting for the go. And I just saw the judge's hand go down, and he is off to a start. Steady, steady, steady. Nice bear crawl motion. I'm sure at some point he's going to stand up a little more. There it is. Yep. And then get moving. Yes. Yes, really picking up speed there, too. Wow. Yeah. I like his body positioning because he's really using his shoulders to drive as much as he can. If you're not going to use your hips, you got to use your shoulders. And I believe Ed did a really good job there. I'm sure he'll be, well, I mean, none of these athletes are ever happy with their performance. That's the beauty of any athletic pursuit. You're just never happy. That's what keeps you getting better, right? And then we're going to have Horace Marlowe, which I believe this is his second show. I got to chit-chat with him just for a couple of minutes. First time meeting him today, but I happened to be next to Sean, and he was parked next to Sean, and we chatted for a little bit, and he's a former Marine, and he just did his first show just a few months back, and kind of has the bug now. And he heard about this show and got super excited, and he's out here now. Big shout out to all the volunteers. Even the camera crew is making sure the field is clean and dry best they can. We have a bit of a smaller show. I'll call it a more intimate show today. About half of the competitors that we had yesterday. So the event should move a little bit faster, but I would also say maybe expect some longer breaks in between events because we don't necessarily need to be rushing through it as we did yesterday. That said, we're still here now, and we are waiting for Horace to get strapped in and get going. Now, the interesting thing about Masters competitors, which in Strongman it starts at 40, they've most recently added the 50 division, and then even after that is when they actually started adding weight classes too, heavyweight and middleweight for Masters division. But just because they're 40 doesn't mean they've been doing this for 20 years. Much like Horace, this is only his second show. So Masters does not necessarily dictate experience. Although when I get to Masters, it will dictate experience because I'll have been in the sport for over 20 years at that point. Although one thing does ring true about Masters competitors, it's not usually the strongest, it's usually the one who's the least injured that wins Masters. But you got to take your hats off to these ladies and gentlemen. I mean, 40 plus moving a fire truck like this, 50 plus moving a fire truck like this, it's impressive. Looks like Horace is getting strapped in, taking the strain. Okay. I was a little nervous. Looked like he had a pretty wide stance there, and I was like, that's an interesting tactic. Let's see how that doesn't work out for him. No, but he has brought his feet in. Looks like he's taking the strain. I liked it when I could see the judge. The judge's hand. There we go. Off to his start. There you go. There you go. Stay low. Stay low, man. Now, I think Horace stood up a little too early, and he's kind of crisscrossing his feet. I mean, listen, I'm sitting in the nice, cool AC building right now. Everything's easier said than done. Left it all out there. Remember that not pro tip I said about the knee sleeves? I think Horace is going to learn that lesson now. That asphalt gets hot fast. But I believe that's the first time he's ever even done this event. And so there's always a learning curve. I mean, that's kind of another beautiful thing about the sport. Things are always a little bit different. Even if you've done this event and trained this event a million times, each implement is still just a little bit different. It is what it is. All right, and that means Woody Wood is going to be next. I think Woody is one of the happiest people that they've added a 50-plus division because Woody wants to compete forever, and he has gone to OSG, which is the World Games, more than one occasion. I believe he's going again this year. And he is very happy to see a 50-plus category. And he runs his own show in Crystal River, where he also has a gym out there, essentially a dedicated strongman gym, one of the few dedicated strongman gyms that you'll find, honestly, anywhere. And Woody is a huge supporter of the sport in general. I think if I'm at a show, he's usually there too, either just hanging out or jumping in to help out. Looks like Woody is getting strapped in. Normally he's wearing a bright orange shirt, so he's easy to see. But I think he might actually be wearing the comp shirt for once. Looks better for pictures anyway. There you go. Stay low, Woody. Stay low. Easier said than done, but stay low, man. There you go. He's off to a good start. I mean, it's tough to tell, but it looks like he might be kind of turning his feet sideways, which if you need more traction, that's a really good tactic. He's making it happen. Make it happen, Woody. There you go. There you go. Yeah, orange shoes. Yep. Woody's always got something to highlight himself. Keeps the shoes. Not bad. I think Woody's just happy to be here most days, and I think most of us are just happy to have Woody here most days too. It'll be exciting and interesting to see how the points spread out in that class specifically. Again, a lot of fun when there's only 3 or 4 people in a intimate class. Nice, no mistakes to be had class. And you see Woody limping away. That's just Woody. He's fine. He's not injured. That's just how Woody walks. I promise you. So that means we're going to be moving on to our pro class. All of these athletes have a pro card in strongman in one form or another. And we're going to be starting with the Masters Women's Middleweight 165. I believe we had a 60-plus, but I think she dropped out. So that means we have a 164. We're going to be starting with the middleweights with Nicole Tekel. Tekel? Tekel? So I'm going to say her name. And we'll see if a lighter body weight like that can get things rolling. Getting the field nice and clean, keeping things rolling. Steve says go, and it looks like Nicole is off to a slow start, but she's staying nice and low. Looks like she's pumping those feet. I'd have her staying just a touch lower for a second or two longer, but she's moving. Oh, yeah, really speeding up at the end there. Nice. That's a good run. That's a good run. I wonder if somebody had a conversation with the wonderful fire department there and said, "Hey, could you maybe not slam the brakes so hard?" Because it looked like they kind of gently squeezed the brakes on that one a little bit. No complaints here, and I doubt any complaints from the competitors either. But from a fool who knows, it's pretty jarring when you're pulling a vehicle and they just slam the brakes on you. And now that we're dealing with the seasoned athletes in the Masters class, it's probably should be a little more gentle with them. All right. Now, assuming that was Nicole, that means next up is going to be Chantal Justamond? Or Chantel. I don't know. Chantal sounds funner, so I'm going to go with that. Looks like we're getting strapped in there. How'd it go? I thought you were fast. I thought you were fast. Well, that's it. I'm going home. I was just informed that Sean did not, in fact, win the truck pull. So I'm done. I'm out. I can't stand to watch him lose to Leroy again. All right, but not to be distracted from Chantel, who had a really good start and a really good finish. She was a little too fast for me. If she could have slowed down a little bit so I had more time to get back into the action here. I was trying to do an athlete interview, so excuse me for trying to get more insider information for everybody. Chantel, very rude. How dare she have such a good run? And I think they are it looks like they are squeezing the brakes a little gentler now, which I approve of. One of my favorite sayings in strongman is be wary of an old man in a sport where young men quit. And strongman is definitely one of those. So when you see these 40-plus, 50-plus athletes out here, most young people don't stay in this sport long. So when you see these older athletes, these seasoned veterans of life out here, you really should be a little wary of them because there's a reason they're still doing it. It's probably not intelligence, but it's something. All right. Next up, it looks like we're going to be finishing out the 165 pros with Leanna Wellborn, part of another possible husband-wife team. Didn't I see Wellborn? Yeah. I think Ed and Liana are a couple. So we have two husband and wife teams, at least. I mean, I'm sure I'll come across another last name I recognize at some point. But yeah, we have at least two husband-wife teams. And I kind of hope Liana beats Ed's time just to show him who's boss. She's upright a little earlier than I would have said stand up, but she's pumping real good, nice and steady. And one of my favorite pieces of advice I ever got was just don't mess up and you'll probably get at least third. Unfortunately, if there's only 3 of you, that's not good advice. But she definitely made no mistakes. A nice, stable, steady run. Basically just kept it moving. That's half the battle. He wasn't so gentle on the brakes that time. I'll go have a conversation with him when we're done. And that is going to finish out our middleweight 165 pro women, which means we're going to be going to our lightweight 50-plus women, starting out with Brenda Schubert, who it appears is flying solo. And from a fool who knows, there's a different kind of pressure when you're the only one in a class, because you want to perform and have a good time for the crowd and for yourself. You don't want to just be like, oh, well, it's just me, I can kind of coast. You know, you still want to have a good time. You still want to try to PR. You still want to complete every event. And it takes kind of a slightly different mindset to kind of keep yourself in the game, because it's like, well, I'm not actually competing against anybody except me. But honestly, some of the most fun I've had was just shows where it was just me or where I got combined with other classes. And I was still using the same weight class weights that I had before. So we'll see how she handles the mindset of running solo as a lightweight today. In theory, she's going to be one of the lightest people going at it, which is super cool. I'm going to have to do a Wilks calculation when it's over. Oh, did she? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just informed that Brenda serenaded us all with the national anthem this morning, so I'm going to assume that her lungs are ready. And it looks like it because she is running. Actually, a really great start, really good at powering through. She's just speeding up towards the end of the course. It's got to be the pants. It's got to be. Yeah. Yeah, really good run there. I think she's going to be very happy with that. And I like that she's not just going to coast through it. Because I've seen it before where people run solo in a show and they just coast. They just, I'll just get through the event, that kind of thing. But it looks like she's here to push herself and really show up and show out, which I like. And that means next is going to be our heavyweights, which is one of... Nope, it's another 3-person field. But that is fine. Another exciting field. I keep telling you, and I'm going to be a broken record about it, but when you have only 3 people, there's a lot of pressure. No mistakes can be made. And that first event really sets the pace for the day. And we're going to be starting our heavyweights with Alexis Hutchinson. Looks like they're getting her strapped in here. Making sure the field is staying kind of dry. I do think that flushing out that truck was a good idea. That thing was spilling water like crazy. I think empty was in parentheses. Or maybe quotes. Like a quote empty. Looks like we got USS President Willie Wessels hanging out there on the course where he's not supposed to be. But that's Willie breaking all the rules. Really strong start. Not even starting in a bear crawl position. Just kind of starting upright. And it didn't seem to really matter. But I think that might be part of the benefit of having just a little bit of extra body weight sometimes. It doesn't matter. You don't necessarily need all the tips and tricks that us lightweight people need to use just to make things happen. And that's going to be a really good run. That's going to be a really hard time to beat, too. I would imagine, anyway, because that just looked fast. Fast start, fast finish. Have to imagine she's going to be pretty pleased with that. And that means next up is going to be Michelle Johnston. And then finishing that class is going to be Tanya York, or T. York. Michelle Johnston. Alrighty. Looks like they got all those bugs sorted out now. Got a good system rolling. Strap them in, wipe down the field. And no, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not a good idea to wipe that down, but it does become a little less important that far down the track, because at that point, the vehicle's pretty much rolling. You shouldn't need as much traction at that point. If you're not kind of jogging with it at that point, I hate to say it, but you're probably not going to have a very good time. It looks like Michelle is off to another great start. Pretty upright, but she is just cruising along here. Pump the feet, run in place. It helps you speed up. That's the way to do it. There you go. And then you see as she leans forward just a little bit more, really pulling on those shoulder straps. That's the way to do it right there. I think she's going to have a good time, too. My internal clock says I don't think she's beating Alexis, but that's not a bad time either. And that means up next is going to be T. York, Miss Tanya York. Tanya and I go way back. I've known Tanya and her husband Bill for a lot of years now. One of my favorite couples in strongman. They are local here to Florida. Space Coast area, I guess you would call it. I can't remember exactly where they're at. I'm sure they'd correct me if they could. But they're just such a good couple. They contribute as much as they can to the sport. She's only slowed down in the last year. Simply because she wanted to focus more on the higher level events. That's the only reason she doesn't do as much local stuff anymore. Just literally because she wants to focus on doing nationals and worlds, which, hey, good for you, I say. Of course I say that. I like her. Yeah, go Tanya. So getting strapped in. And once Tanya's done, which I'm assuming she'll be done rather quickly, we're going to be moving to the Masters Heavyweight 50 Plus, where we've got another solo runner in Carrie Ann Davis. Now, Bill, her husband, is about as close as you get to a professional handler without getting paid. But I think being married to Tanya is the reward in of itself. So he is a student of the game, and he thinks of every last little detail. That way Tanya doesn't have to. Truly a power couple. And Tanya's off to a bit of a slower start here, but I like her positioning. She's not leaned too far forward or back. She's driving very much so through that waistband, and it looks like she's trying to speed up a little bit, get those arms pumping with the legs. Nice, short, choppy steps, and right at the end there, you see she's really speeding up. I'll be interested to see what that time ends up being for her. Look at her running at the end there. Not bad, not bad. She was one of the athletes that lamented the most about not having a lead rope. But she's been in this long enough. She knows what's up. She's got this. And that is going to be the end of the heavyweight division for the pros. And then we're going to go to the 50-plus heavyweight division with Carrie Ann Davis, who's running solo. And that will actually round out the pro women's for the fire truck pull. I hope you can feel me rolling my eyes from here. Eat some crayons and shut up, dude. I was like, what is it? Alrighty. We have Carrie Ann Davis making it happen. Bear crawl position, trying to stand up and really lean into that vehicle. Our only 50s heavyweight pro. And she is blazing through it. That's going to be a good time. I mean, you know, again, running solo, I always respect it when an athlete's not just sort of just taking the medal. I like when they still push it as hard as they can, and she was clearly trying to make up a really good time. You know what's actually most fun is when you're running solo is if you can manage to basically beat divisions ahead of you on a certain thing. That's a lot of fun. Although I don't see her doing that since she's essentially the last women's division. But I'll be interested to see what that time was too, because she had a decent start and really started to speed up through the middle there. And that is going to round out the women's pros for the truck pull, which means we're going to be moving on to the pro men's middleweights with Luke Alfield, I'm going to assume. That's how you say your name. Big A, it is. Do we know why his name's circled? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're going to have Luke Alfield, followed by Michael Toomey, and just a two-man class into 220 pros. That's even more fun. You have no room for mistakes there. I kind of hope one wins one wins another, and then by the fifth event they're tied. That's a lot of fun. Which, with the way these events are today, that could be how it goes. Wow, he is literally running with it. There he goes. Nice. Driving into it as hard as he can. Good stuff. I mean, when I say quick feet, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody else, watch this dude. Not bad. Very fast. Wow. If he's not in contention for the fastest time of the day overall, I'd be very surprised, because that was a really good start, Really good middle and an amazing finish there. Very speedy. Very impressive. For one of the lighter body weights, too. Really good stuff. Guess that's why he's in the pros, right? Which means up next is going to be Michael Toomey. And, when you see something like that as a competitor, you see the first guy go and you're next and you have to follow something like that, you got two choices. You can either take it too harshly and think it's over, or you can say, sweet, time to beat that. And I, for one, am hoping Michael takes the latter and gets fired up to make it happen. Or who knows, maybe this is a bad event for him, I don't know. I'm pulling for you, Mike. Getting all strapped in. Alrighty, looks like he's ready to go. Got the go signal from Steve. Nice strong start, and then a little bobble there. If he can recover well. He's pulling in a pretty straight line. I hate to say it, Mike, I don't really see you beating Luke's time on this one. But he is cruising now. Really going through. Finishing pretty strong, too. It's going to be a respectable time. My internal clock says I don't think he's beating Luke on that. But that makes it more fun, because now he gets to beat him on the next event. That way they can have a tie into the fifth event, and it's really, really fun then. And then we're going to be moving to our men's lightweight 50+, where we're going to have Eric Schmidt running it solo. And that's going to be followed by the heavyweight 50+, which is also another solo run from Steve Islas. I think that's an I. From the other Steve. Yeah. So we're going to be having Eric Schmidt strapping in. So I noticed some of the competitors are kind of going off to the side of the, we'll call it the water trail, and I think that's an intelligent move. But I do also wonder if that means that they're pulling slightly off center, which is not something you want to do. It's like, do I give up traction or do I give up torque? Gee, let me think. I guess just be stronger, right? That's usually the answer. Alrighty, we got Eric getting a start here. Slowly rolling, breaking that inertia, moving it. Now you just got to get rolling. There it is. Yeah. He's got really, really good feet movement. I like where he's going with that. Speeding up near the end here. That's good stuff. I believe I've seen Eric compete somewhere else, but I can't recall where. But he looks very familiar to me. So we'll see. Then Willie is, as always, hogging the camera because he has to. He's just so photogenic, I guess. So that's going to run that solo. Next up is going to be, I'm going to assume that's Islas, Steve Islas. And he is running solo in the heavyweight 50+. But don't go anywhere. We still have 3 more. Another awesome triple threat grouping for the men's masters heavyweight plus super heavyweight. I understand what that means now. And that's going to be Justin Sansucci, Jonathan Norris Green, and Todd Polk. Looks like Steve's getting strapped in. And the other Steve is wiping down the field. Athlete strapped in, athlete getting ready, take that strain. Wait for everybody to be set up. Again, can't shout out the crew. Some of these people were out here yesterday working, and they're out there again today working. The unsung heroes of the sport, the volunteers. Looks like we're getting hooked in. Getting Steve ready to start his pull. There we go. Pretty good start, actually. Staying nice and low. Let's see when he stands up if he can get even more. I think right around that little drainage ditch right there is where you get a slight dip again, because it seems like athletes are able to really speed up right after that tire goes there. And he is no different. He definitely picked up the pace a little bit there. Yeah, that's going to be a good run. I think Steve's going to be happy with that one. And rounding out the pro men's heavyweight, super heavyweight men are going to be starting. And these are going to be the last three athletes for the fire truck pull. We're going to be having Justin Sansucci first, followed by Jonathan Norris Green, and then Todd Polk. And after that, I believe we're going to be taking a little break as we set up for the max axle overhead. But don't go anywhere yet. Like I said, we still have three athletes left on the truck pull. I think I know Todd. I don't think I know him, but I feel like I've met him or seen him, that kind of thing. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'll just lie and say I do. Yes, yes, yes. Here we go. Getting Justin nice and strapped in and ready to boogie. Let's see if this extra body-weighted athletes, in theory, the best ones on the field today, pro super heavyweights, this should be their event to win. But I think everybody knows how I feel about heavyweights, so don't make me come up there. There we go. Another staggered step start. Not working out for him. Surprise, surprise. And he's a little vertical too, but again, that extra body weight's helping him get it rolling. But again, right when he passes that grate, you're going to see it really, really speed up. Yeah. Now he's really pumping. He's almost running with it now. Good stuff. That's a good way to start it. Not a bad pace at all. You know, I think I'm confusing two athletes, too. I think I said something about Chris that I think was actually Justin. But I don't know anymore. I'll be honest, they kind of look the same from this far away. And I'm good with faces, but not that good. And I'm worse with names. So, if I said some inaccurate information about anybody, I'm not even going to ask for forgiveness. Just roll with it. Lie. Swear to it. Please. It's Justin setting good pace there. Up next going to be Jonathan Norris Green. there's no Jonathan. Okay. We've just been informed that I guess Jonathan is not here, maybe, question mark, which means this might be Todd Polk or this might be Justin. I apologize. I don't know either one of you. Although I feel like I checked in Todd this morning, but I don't remember what he looks like, so I'm not very helpful. Either way, we're off to a decent start there. He's just trying to get the good traction going. Always easier said than done. And he's actually speeding up pretty good here out of the gate. Really pumping the legs. I like his body positioning. He's slowly standing a little more upright as he's speeding up. Trying to keep that constant tension there. It's a good pace. I like the classic rebands my man's wearing. You can usually tell the age of an athlete by the color of the stripes on the rebands they're wearing. Mine are white, which means I got in around 2012. If they're gray, it means they've been around a lot longer. And that is going to be the last athlete for the truck pull, and we are going to be cutting to a commercial break as we set up and let the athletes get nice and warm, although they should be pretty warm already, for the max axle overhead. I want to thank everybody for joining us and hanging out, and we will be right back.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you. personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
Sounds good. All right, we are back. We're getting set up here. We're getting set to go live here. We're going to be back inside, thankfully. The heat was a little rough out there. Will be joining me here shortly. And for lane 1, it's going to be the top right hand of your screen. Lane 2 is going to be directly under my face here. Lane 1 is going to be our women's, and lane 2 is going to be our men's. Get you exactly which division is going to be where. Give me 1 second. All right, so lane 1. Make sure I got this right. I think all the women divisions are going to be in lane 1, and all the men's divisions are in lane 2. We'll update that as we go. Starting with the amateurs divisions. They are just getting the last bit of warm-ups in, getting the weight set to start us off. We are trying to get the scorers input here for the first event so we can keep y'all updated on who's in what position. Push it in quick. Yeah. All right. All right. This is much nicer than it was outside, I will say that. Again, if you're joining us, just to kind of give you an idea of what you're looking at on the screen here. Top right of the screen is going to be lane 1. That's where most of our women division is going to be today. Bottom left is going to be lane 2 for most of the men divisions here. Your bottom right screen is kind of an overview shot from behind, so you can see what the athletes are looking at. When we go to some of the moving events, we're going to make some adjustments to these cameras, but for the most part, this is what you're going to see all throughout the day. Now we're getting started here in lane 1. I believe this is Janet Campos with a good lift. I believe that says 175. Can you see my feet? Or maybe just 75 pounds, sorry. That's 75 pounds. I was about to say 175, I'm going to be getting nervous over here. I think Janet just started us off with 75. That's you, yep. Mics are live. I'm going to be putting the scores in, so I'm going to let you handle most of the talking like yesterday. I'll just chime in when I want to. Now again, we're not going to know the order of athletes here because it's going to be kind of out of order. They're calling the weights up.
Yes.
We're moving up to 85 pounds.
And a lot of that's going to be mostly for like expedition. Expedition for like expediting.
Yes.
That's a better word. Yeah.
You said expedition. I was like, this ain't a Ford.
We're going on a journey, man. It's a journey in strength, my dude.
That's right.
And they do that just so the bar is only rising. You don't
Yes.
want the weight to come back down and be changing weights all the time. Not only for the speed of the show, but also help save the volunteers too.
Is that Keith over there chiming in? Glad you're there working out. I saw you there last night. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, and
Good
I
lift.
said before that I'm going to apologize right out of the gate because I'm probably not going to know a good number of these athletes' names. And again, because we're not going in any particular order other than ascending weight, you're just going to have to kind of bear with me a little bit. I'll do my best, though. For instance, I believe on the women's side, this is Janet Campos. I'm about 85% sure on that. And I think I heard she's doing 95. I think that's the weight I heard being called.
I think we jumped to 95. I want to check real quick and verify the distance. I believe it was 75 or 100. I can't remember which
I heard
one.
100.
100?
That's what I heard.
Let me go double check since I'm putting the scores in.
Right. Easy clean from Janet. Easy press. With the USS President Willie Wessels as a judge. Willie has judged at pretty much every level of show you can imagine. And we've got this on the women's side here. Let me see if I can find a good little... We've got one half of one of our power couples here.
175 up here.
175 on the men's. Oh, wow. Husband and wife both going for presses at the same time.
Oh, they really?
Yeah.
I love that.
She's still got time to get a clean. Get another clean here. This is going to be Patty Burton.
You got the scores on the back side of that?
And her husband, Sean, just hit 175, I believe, on the other lane there.
There you go.
That's going to be a fun screenshot for him.
Yes.
We've got in the men's lane right now, I believe they're still on 175. That is going to be Horace Marlowe over there. Taking his time. Again, Masters does not necessarily mean experience. As I recall, this is his second competition. Having a tough time getting that clean. Trying to do a power clean with an axle. Totally different animal.
Getting some weights over here.
Axles are 2 inches in diameter, and they do not spin. So it's a new day, or it's a new thing. We've got Woody stepping up at 175 on the axle on the men's side. And I do have to make a correction. Apparently, Woody did hurt his calf out there, which is part of the reason you see him limping. But Woody is, well, it's called strongman, not smart man, so he's still out here killing it. Woody's actually a pretty decent presser. As long as he can clean it, he can usually press it. And as you see, it's going to be a strict press. And we've got Janet over here.
There's a little knot in his calf.
Just another easy press. And I believe she's well over 100 at this point. Sounds like 105. Jumping to 115. And it looks like everybody else on that side of the field is about to be hopping in. And they're going to give Janet a second or two to rest. Over on the men's side, we've got Sean going again. I believe they went up in weight. Good clean from Sean. Good rack position. Very quick pop out of the bottom. That actually almost looked cleaner than his last rep. It's good stuff there. She just power cleaned that. And that is over there. That is Ellie Pope, I'm assuming. Luckily, I heard somebody say her name. I believe this might be Christine Sebastian in the women's lane, going for, I believe, 115. With Woody over on the other side, working on getting that clean. Woody's got it in the rack position. He's going to make it.
He wants that picture.
Woody waiting for 4 down calls just to make sure.
He's like, I'm not taking a chance here.
He took the judge, the assistant judge, the head judge,
And
people in the crowd, his fellow competitors. Just want to make sure. Janet's got a good pop from the bottom. She's got to finish out that lockout. She's close. Got to keep those elbows up. She's close. Nothing Janet should feel bad about. Honestly, I usually tell people when you've got a 3-weight pick event, if you end up failing the third one, but your first 2 went off well, that's usually kind of how you want it to be. That third one should be kind of a let's see what happens kind of rep. And I think that's what Janet was going for there. Right on. Patty wanted me to remind everybody that she's 41. She's 51 years old. She's begging me to say it. And then Christine? Christine is 58, so she says, I don't care, kid, to Patty. And I believe this is Ellie Pope going for it. We've got Sean Burton over there. His third attempt, I want to say that's 215. And I believe that's going to be his third attempt, so he should be done. Get it? We've got Christine going for, I think that's 125. Good clean, good rack position. Tony hitting an easy 215 over there. Nice. She gets the down from Willie. I believe that's her second attempt. I believe on the men's side, we're 215. Ted with the redemption rep.
Yep, 215.
So easy, he just stricts it right out of the bottom. Good to see. Easy 215 warm-up. Looks like we got 135 on the bar for Christine. I believe this is her third attempt. Or no, I'm sorry, this is Ellie. Easy rep for her. Willie making her work for it, though, making sure she earns that rep. Not pro tip I dropped yesterday. If you want a quick down call, make it look easy. If you look like you're fighting, they're going to make you hold it. And now we have Christine also going for 135. This is one of the few events of the day where there's a big potential for ties.
Yes.
And we've got Sean Fenley going for his opening attempt at, I believe, 235 over here.
You are correct.
Sean is a surprisingly good presser. Christine kind of trying to negotiate with that bar, just get that clean down.
Now, she's not using a belt or anything, so
No.
she's not getting any kind of support.
And I get this feeling like if she were able to clean it, she'd be able to press
Oh,
it.
yeah.
And I think she's going to just call it there. So that's going to be it for the first heat of women's.
The amateur. We're moving on
Amateur
to the pros.
women's and moving on to the pros, correct? Still working through the men's amateurs over here. On this lane, looks like I'm going to guess that's Christopher Tanner going for his opener. I believe they're still at 235 here. Or maybe not. Looks like Ted, Uncle Ted's going to step up for 235 maybe.
You need to tell your judge before you step up.
Now, if his 215 is any indication, this really shouldn't be tough for him, at least on the press part. But this is strongman. If you can't clean it, that means you can't press it.
125, playing at a 5.
And just once again, stricting it maybe a touch slower on the press portion of that movement for him. All right, I just heard that this is Brenda Schubert with the awesome pants. Easy clean. I believe that's 125 on the bar for her. Very easy press.
Now, if you were watching the live yesterday, you probably saw this guy over here in lane 2.
Yeah. Leroy is a problem. Just a consistently good athlete all around. Gonna go out on a limb here and assume the person with the Wellborn on the back of the belt is Leanna Wellborn.
If that's blasting you guys out, let me know.
I think we're good. Just make sure we do this. Just a little bit. There we go. If you can hear the
And
music,
an
let me
easy
know. We'll turn the
125
game down.
for Leanna Wellborn. And over on the men's side is a gentleman who I unfortunately don't know the name of. The red grip shirt. Oh, I believe that's the other Wellborn.
We'll learn all the names by the last event.
Yes,
Just in time to end.
he will.
Oh, yes.
I believe this is Nicole in the women's side right now. I made a point to stop by her when I walked past her and ask her what her name was, and then did the smart guy thing and immediately forgot. The bubble on that clean. And an easy first rep for Nicole there.
Just couldn't quite get that
Assuming that's
235
Nicole.
over here.
Did he end up getting that?
No, he just couldn't quite get it.
That was Chris Tanner, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
They are moving up to 155. Looks like Sean's gonna want to get a taste of that, and I believe Ted's probably going to take that as his third. And Ted, being the gamer that he is, will probably try to wait till the very last opportunity to take it. We're at 135 for Brenda, I believe. At 255, we got Sean Fenley. I know Fenley wants 255.
If you're just joining us over at the Strongman stage, We're going for a max axle clean and press. Each lifter gets 3 attempts. So right now we got the pro women going on the 145 right now. Got Chantel at 145.
So this is Chantel Justamont going for it.
255 pounds. Load it up for our amateur men. The pro men will be coming into lane 2 here in just a second.
Chantel's opener, very good pop. Easy power jump for her.
Nice job. And you're ready, 145. Step right up.
Looks like we have Leanna Wellborn. I believe this is her second. Sean Fennelly with an easy 255. Sean is well in the realm of a 300 press. Nice.
Nice job. We got Anthony Infante at 255. Let's go, big Anthony.
Got Tony going for his second lift. Anthony with an easy 255. He's just getting warmed up. I see Ted chalking up. I think Ted's going for a 255. This will be Ted's third and final attempt. The redemption for Uncle Ted here. Let's see how it works out for him. Good. Nice. He might have to push it. Look at that. He's still got it. Way to go, Uncle Ted. Nice. And I believe that is going to be Brenda's third attempt, so that should be the call for her. We're going to be loading the bar up to 155 on the women's side here.
Looks like we're at 255 over here.
Should be higher. I think they're loading it up more.
Oh.
Ted just took
Moving
his
up
last
now.
attempt at 255.
Okay.
Nailed it. First time he's had to push press all day. That's Uncle Ted for you. He's going to feel really good about that. And I believe this is going to be Leanna Wellborn's third attempt. She's going to go for a 155. Let's see how this turns out for her. Not bad. Good clean, nice pop.
She decided she wanted to squat it.
Maybe behind the neck press?
That was a good save. I'm very impressed by that.
Right.
Like,
275 for Leroy. Very easy. I believe that's his second.
you hate that. She was so close to getting that.
Yeah.
And she ran out of time.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Nicole Tico coming up for 155. Let's go.
Yeah, this is Ed Wellborn. He was busy spotting his wife. Now he wants to get his 275.
So that's 30 seconds to complete the lift.
So her clean actually looked a lot better on this one. Having some trouble with the press, though. See if she can make that clean happen again.
Good belt clean.
She's a pretty narrow grip on this bar, too.
Oh,
She's right there. Little more pop from the bottom just to follow it through. She is close. I'm not sure that one's going to happen for her today.
Sean Bailey said, I want 275 right here.
I believe that was Nicole, but I believe that was her second attempt.
It's yours, brother.
Looks like Sean is going to go for his 275 over on the axle.
all right. We got the scores in for the fire truck pool.
Easy 155 for, I believe that's Chantel.
Going for 275 over here.
Sean, good clean. Now he's got to do the hard part. Come on, Sean, get those elbows up. Push it through. Yes!
And he's got it.
My
Good
boy.
job.
Come on, Tanya. Don't think about it so much. Tanya York with her opener of 155. There she is.
Is this T. York?
This is Tanya York. Yes, it is.
I know most. I know most of these people through their Instagram handle.
Yeah, well, she's actually listed as T. York on it. But I've known Tanya and Bill for years.
I got you.
Good friends. And that is going to be Sean's third final, super successful attempt. Going to be some real good redemption points for him. Still at 275. Is this Anthony? This is Anthony. Big Tony going for 275.
He's got
Yes. You got to imagine with arms like that, he better be able to press.
it. Yeah, he's got some biceps on him.
Dude looks like a barrel. This is going to be our first attempt from this athlete here.
I was talking to her outside. They were from Detroit.
How's that?
They came from Detroit for this show.
Wow. Show me on the mitten where you're from.
It was just funny. We were talking about humidity outside.
But you know, depending on what part of Michigan you're from, you're kind of used to humidity.
She said that hey, they got some, just not like this.
Yeah, it's a different type of heat.
Oh, yeah.
A little sticky. Tanya going for her third attempt. Always got to get that last warm-up out on the platform. Gets rid of the jitters. There she goes. Nice. Good turnover. And I think Tanya's just going to call it there. Leroy going for, I believe this is 295. I believe he is double overhand cleaning this.
He is.
Because Leroy's just that big. And that is going to be a third and successful lift and a win. I believe a win for the amateur men. Yeah. Then we're going to start with the pro men. Got to imagine somebody hits one 295, right? Although comparing Leroy to anybody is almost unfair.
It would be interesting to see the amateurs outdo the pros.
I mean, Leroy, in my mind, is a pro. Just doesn't have a card.
I'm going to see if I can grab the scorecards for the amateurs.
Sounds good. Easy clean, easy jerk. First attempt for this athlete, I believe. And I believe some of these are the heavyweight pros. Both of these ladies are some unfamiliar faces for me. So we're verifying weights, verifying.
All right, we got pro women going. We got 185 on the exit bar right here.
Wow.
That has been clean. Here we go.
She rolled that up all the way. Like,
The old Eddie Hall.
I was going to say, what's the new guy? Mitchell Hooper.
Mitchell, yeah.
Because what leaned way back.
Yeah. It's a good opener.
I say new guy. He's been around for years, but he's the new hot.
He's the new hotness, that's for sure. Carrie. All right. Carrie Ann Davis. I believe
Ooh, okay.
this is her third attempt. I think I just saw Willie verify that it was her third. This is a national record attempt. is. Good stuff. Wow.
National record.
National record looks that easy. Made the clean look hard and the press look easy. That's the way you want to do it, I tell you what. And the weight on the women's side is going up to 195.
On the fire truck pole, I don't know if you saw in the video, but she was about 10 feet from the finish line. She started throwing her hands up, excited.
Just having a good time.
She's having a great time.
We've got the pro men's over here starting up, I think. Oh, I apologize. I don't know who any of these people are, for the most part. Looks like one of them is taking 115, and I think I just heard him say that that's it. He's going to call it there.
Just get on the board. Make sure
you don't have a zero, man.
That's right. You get that 1 point.
It's easier to recover with a 1 rather than a 0.
Yes.
We are at 195. I'm not exactly sure who this is. I'm guessing it's either Michelle Johnston or Alexis Hutchinson.
Yeah.
And an easy 195 there.
All right, we got 175 for the Navajo Warriors.
I'll be curious to see if she has that same arch on this one. I'm sure she will.
Steve Usla is going for 175 as his opener. This is Alexis going for 195.
Easy lift over here.
It's not even a strict press for him over there on the 195. Alexis gets the clean down. Nice rack position. Let's see what happens. Right there. Gets the down. 195. Wowzer. Looks like the pro men are debating about who has to go first.
Is she about to try to break her own record here?
Why not, right? Now, I believe if you're going for a record, you get one more attempt, maybe. I'm not sure how it works. Maybe I miscounted. This might be her actual third attempt.
Yeah, I think she's only done 2.
Okay.
All right, we got Karen Davis coming back up to beat her own national record just set a couple days ago. She's over 195 pounds.
195 for tandem national records.
Oh, slipped on that grip right there.
Just got to get that clean down. There it is.
Just couldn't keep the balance.
Yeah.
But hey, she still has the record.
Yep. You know, I tell you what, this is one of those things overhead. 5 pounds is a huge difference. A quarter inch to the left or the right is a huge difference. We got 195 for Steve Isla's second attempt. Still nice and easy. I feel like he's playing things a bit conservatively there. Seeing as how he's just stricting everything like it's not even there. I feel like he's pressing 195 over his head easier than I can just lift my arm.
Do we have any water? Would you like mineral water?
215 loaded for our man. We got 205 our women's pro side.
205. I believe this is Michelle Johnston.
How you gonna skip 18 in life, man? Come on.
It picks up.
We got Eric Smith coming up at 195.
Eric Schmidt, 195 on his second attempt, I believe.
205, let's see it.
Wow.
Good lift.
Easy
Held it.
205.
She had to get those pictures. She held it a little longer.
Yeah. Hey, if you leave it in the hands of the judges, that's your fault, man.
That's right.
She made sure ain't nobody could question it. Now, I believe that was her third attempt.
Real quick shout out to a couple of sponsors. Alabama Mineral Springs Water, thank you for providing our water, and Cerberus for sponsoring the channel.
I believe this is Steve Isla's final attempt at 215.
Easy.
Maybe you should have tried one where you had to try. All right, and I believe this is Alexis Hutchinson going for 205. She's a little uneven on that bar. She was a little too far to the left or the right, one of the two. She's going to go and just call it there. I believe that's her third attempt, and I believe that's going to be it for the axle press event. Looks like Michelle is having a little discussion with Willie. I wonder if he's maybe talking about a national record. She'd go for another attempt, but I don't think she's going to go for it. Although that 205 looked like a joke. I believe this is Eric Schmidt, and I believe this is his third attempt at, looks like 235. Good clean. Love the rack position. Very Olympic style. Wow. Very good press. That old adage, make it look easy, get a quick down.
All right, up here.
Right on.
You must have Michelle Johnson, who's also a new national record of 205 pounds. Look at her hand.
And that was, in fact, a national record for Michelle Johnston at 205. Good stuff. It pays to leave it on the field when you've got Willie around. If Willie is not there to witness it, it cannot be counted as a national record. Not pro tip. And if I just heard it right, it sounds like they're going to be doing 295.
Yep, 2 national records.
295 on the men's side. Because that is somebody's opener. So, gotta venture to guess that they are going to beat the amateurs, as they should.
You did hear him announce that that was 2 different national.
2 national records, yep.
It's awesome.
We were waiting for them to get the bar set up for 295 pounds on the men's pro side. And I went and talked to the gentleman wearing the rebands, and completely forgot his name, of course, right after I spoke with him. And did, in fact, confirm they are about 10 years old. And he, like me, carries the tradition of the men who came before him. And as he said, if it's good enough for the Stoltman, it's good enough for me. And I said, yeah, that, you know, other than like the fact that they're like 6'3", 400 pounds, like there's really no difference between them and me. Wow, that is how you do a warm-up on the platform. 295. Another give a go. See how this works out for him. Good clean, looks strong. Nice, straight up to the chest. And as close to a strict press without it being a strict press as you can get. That's what I would call that. Last call for 295. I believe he just said this is Justin. So we've got 3 guys all opening at 295, and this is where you get in the danger zone now, because all 3 of them opening with the same weight means some strategic moves are going to have to be made in order to ensure that you're not tying with 3 people. Because the 3-way tie on an event you're going to lose a lot of points, number one, and it's going to be very hard to break out of that. Although it does make it a lot more exciting for us. So, I mean, really, if they don't tie, they're just being selfish when you think about it. Like, how dare they try to win and not just entertain us? Kind of rude, really.
Well, it's good to see the pros are holding their own against the amateurs.
Their openers are the top weight of the amateurs. That's how it should be, honestly.
And there's no weight classes here, right? Like, the Masters men at this point is just open weight classes. Oh,
yeah.
Well, we got 220.
I believe all of them are in the opens.
Yeah.
They had one heck of a refeed if any of them weighed in at 220. I will put it that way. Actually, whichever gentleman is standing closest, if you told me he weighed in at 220, I might believe you.
There's two, apparently, at 220.
Yeah. If you told me the one with the cap was at 220, I might believe you.
Yeah.
A hard sell, but I could believe it. Now, I think I heard somebody say 315 was going to be the number they were jumping to.
Wow.
So the internationally
20 pound
recognized
jump.
standard for the bench press is what these gentlemen are going to be hoisting over their heads. Excuse me.
Go for it. While we're waiting for them to reset, take this chance to shout out a couple sponsors. Well, I'll tell you the bet. We're getting ready to go with 315.
315 is loaded.
All right, we're getting ready to go with 315 here.
315.
Easy press overhead for Luke, who is the actual 220. So this is a 220 competitor that just pressed 315 over his head.
He was a 220.
Yes.
I told you.
Hey, Masters 220 pressing 315 overhead.
So that's Luke Alfield then.
Yes.
I will be right back. I'm looking for some
Go for it.
equipment.
We're going to stick with 315 for the next athlete. All over. Nothing but you. Easy clean. And he's got the down call.
All right, crisis averted. We got the keys back to Narnia. Everything's cool.
Well, we got two gentlemen at 315. We're working on a third one.
Gross. So the real question, I guess, then, if assuming he gets his third, because, well, we have 3 or 4 guys still going. Wow. His press looked so easy last time.
When he took that first dip, he went a little too far forward and lost
Yeah.
the balance, and I think that just exhausted him. I think he still had it.
When you've got that much weight on your chest, man, I mean, you know, there's just no.
If you don't get it the first try, you're probably going to be
It's hard to recover.
Yes. Going up to 3. So we're about to set another record, I think.
Luke going for another record. I believe he's going to 335
I
from
wonder, is this a
315.
state or national, I wonder?
State,
National record.
Set it. Have to break it again.
Oh, wow. He set the national record on his last attempt. Now he's about to break it again with an easy split jerk.
335.
So 3 national records set today on the axle clean and press.
So far.
So far, yes.
No, that's probably it. Yeah.
Well, he said it twice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3,
and 4 technically. Yeah.
Jonathan Norris Creed is coming up for 335 pounds.
So Jonathan Norris here.
Here we go, Jonathan. Let's go. 235. Conclude your group.
Wow. Oh.
Just shy of the lockout.
And I agree with the judge on that one. He was
Yes.
so close. About strict pressed it too, which is just disgusting.
Yes.
By the way. Very wide grip for him too. I think that might be it. It looks like everybody else is kind of doing that look like, you're done, I'm done, right? Are you done? And then there's another guy in the corner who's like, I can't even deadlift that, bro. And then they're like, I guess I'm done then.
So 2 athletes today broke the national record on their second attempt.
Yes.
Then one of them broke it again on his third. So we've
Yes.
had 3 total record set.
That was a clean
Yes.
display.
There was no doubt on that one. Like, there's
Yeah.
no arguing he got that
Nothing at all.
record.
Real good stuff. And I think that's
Yep, that's going to be
it's
it.
certainly, again, everybody's kind of giving that look like we're done, right? And that's usually a good
Well, if
good
that's
sign.
the case, let's go to commercial for a few minutes, shout out our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for the next
Thank you
event.
for joining us.
Go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, we are getting ready to go on event 3 with deadlift here.
What do you do? What do you say? How we doing? Getting ready for the deadlifts, huh?
Yes, we are. Let's see, did we have the weights for the deadlifts yet? Sandbag.
Well, I believe this is 225 here on the women's side.
Yes, 225. But for our men over here, here we go. We got 455, it looks like, in lane 2.
So let's use this.
You want to use this one here? This is the actual score sheet.
Is that in order too? Yeah,
I think so. Yep.
Okay, cool.
All right, we got Janet up first.
Yes, Janet Campos with 225. And over in the men's amateur, looks like we're starting with Janet with her first good rep there. 3. She's cruising now. Did it work? Okay, looks like first up in the men is Ed Wellborn. Going to be the amateur, I believe he's 50 plus.
Yep.
Janet's still got some time, trying to eke one more rep out there. Gonna go for a buzzer beater here. Nice with the buzzer beater. Missed a rep count there. That's okay. So you've got Ed starting over here in lane 2. I believe the weight is 455. Looks like he's down and cruising. And we got Patty strapping in. Looks like she's rocking some figure 8s. Patty's fighting with it.
It's not quite able to break that ground.
Well, clearly somebody's glued the bar to the ground, which is just unfair in my opinion.
I don't know if you've mentioned it being the stiff bar though. It's not a deadlift bar, so there's no give on that to give her any kind of advantage.
You're getting every single pound all at once. She actually got a little bend out of the bar that time. But it looks like she's gonna just go ahead and call it.
Coming up with Ellie over on lane 1. They're just tightening up the weights over here.
And we're gonna be moving to the super heavyweight amateur women with Ellie Pope. And on the men's side of things,
Giving him some
screaming
words
at
of
Woody
encouragement.
that he better beat him. What are you waiting for? And I just want to put this out. I've been very polite in using the word old when describing them. He was a lot meaner than I was. That is going to be it for Woody. Gotta love the camaraderie between the athletes. This is one of the few sports where your quote-unquote competition will cheer you on.
Yes.
There's a mentality. If I beat you, I want to beat you at your best because I want to know that I'm better. Which is why normally when people lose or win, they'll say the proper phrase, which is, they were just better that day. Or I was just better that day. Once you get to a certain point, it's seconds and inches, and it gets really close. And I believe we're moving on to the pro women's.
She is not here, so we are not moving with her.
We are doing the Masters lightweight, and that is, in fact, Brenda Schubert. She is still rocking the 275. Let's see how many she can crank out with this weight. No, that is 315. So I guess they bumped up the weight for her.
Yes. Coming up over here, we got Anthony Infante. Now he is
Big Tony.
He's actually in the wrong. I just changed him in this iron podium. He's actually in the 220.
Anthony weighed in at 220.
Yes. His arms alone probably weighed most of that.
If you say so.
I didn't make the rules.
If you say so. I'm going to go have a chat with Tony after this. Like, really, T? Huh? Okay.
That's what he informed me a while ago, and I confirmed it with Steven before I made the change. We've got him moved over now.
Saw him compete at OSG Regionals, last month or so. And he actually did pretty okay at the car deadlift. I believe he told me after he's having kind of a rough day, that whole weekend. But he's a pretty good deadlifter. So Ted Drever making a run at it with 495. I believe he's on rep 4 right now. So 3, perhaps. And Ted is one of the taller 220 athletes.
Now we need to make sure the weights are the
Most affectionately, I will say lean.
We need to make sure the weights don't change because Anthony needs to be in the.
Well, according to the chart up here, I'm seeing 495.
495, but he should be with these guys here. So let me go make sure before anything happens.
Yeah. From a fool who knows, 495 for multiple reps when you weigh less than like 250. It's not a fun time, dude. Uncle Ted told me earlier, though, that he's ready for a fight, so. And Carrie just taking 315 for a ride. Better than most people.
A lot better than me, I will say that.
Take 135 for a ride. I can't even roll that downhill most days, so. She's still got 20 seconds left. Time for one more for sure. She's just going to call it there. And honestly, I don't blame her. You know, sometimes you leave so much out there and you just go, you know what? If they beat me, they earned it. Looks like we are, in fact, going up in weight for the Masters super heavyweight women, and I believe they're up to 365. Confirming some weight and class changes on things. Reconfirming that Big Tony is, in fact, in the 220s. Is Big T in the 220s?
Yes.
All right, Big T is, in fact, in the 220s. And that means he will be going next.
Oh, we're moving up to 365 over here for the women.
And the women's is up to it, yes, correct, 365. And this is Alexis Hutchinson.
Oh, that was a quick one.
Big Tony, very snappy.
Maybe he should have stayed in that other class.
He packs a lot of muscle in that 220.
If I was the other two gentlemen, I would be a little upset.
Nice. Now, I will say this. When it comes to,
I don't know if we skipped over somebody or.
I thought so, personally.
Okay.
I think Nicole.
Nicole?
Ah.
They're getting that fixed right now, so she's.
I think we accidentally skipped over the middleweights, and I believe this is Nicole. Big Tony setting a good pace.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Nicole.
All right, they are moving up in weight over here.
So Sean Burton, did he drop out?
I don't think so. I heard.
When? Oh, yeah. Oh, how did I miss him? Like, duh, of course I know Sean. Which means I think they're going to be starting with Sean next with 5:45 on the bar.
She's not quite locked out. Just
Got to
couldn't
keep
quite
the
get the
standards
lockout.
high, just like strongman squats. Leaving it all out there for sure. I believe this is in fact Chantel taking the field. Gonna give her 3:15 to go. I see Sean over here hitting some smelling salts, making sure his nose is nice and open. You know, the things they use for when you get knocked out. He's just using it to wake up a little bit.
So we're back in order now.
Tuesday already. Chantel with a grinder, but she's going to be good for one at least.
On the board.
Let's see if she gets another one. Another athlete using the quote-unquote Versa grips. She is grinding. Nice. Good stuff. Gonna be a well-earned 2, possibly even 3 reps from Chantel. We got Sean giving 5:45 a whirl. This be a good PR for him. He was able to break it off the ground, but just could not quite get it to the knees or to lockout. Next time, big guy, next time. We're going to have a weight change over on the women's side, I guess. Nope, they were just readjusting the bar because we have Liana Wellborn is up. One of the first athletes I'm seeing that is actually utilizing a deadlift suit, actually. And on the med side of things, we've got Leroy, and he's going to get 5:45 a crack. Let's see how many he can make happen. Oh, I'd say he's good for at least 5 or so. And Leanna still pacing it out. Leroy with a strap adjustment. Nice, good hitch. Big pop there at the end. Get those hips through. Leanna's got 30 seconds left. Leroy's going to call it there at, well, I think at least 6 reps, maybe. I think I heard. I wasn't paying very good attention, I'll be honest. Sounds like Liana is calling it there, which means we have a weight change, and we'll be moving to the Masters Women's Super Heavyweight Pro division. And we have Alexis Hutchinson up first. She's going to take 365 for a go. And Big Chris Tanner is going to play with 545, and we'll see what he's got going on. You know, Ted and Sean could be brothers. They're like super similar builds.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right? Looks about the same as my brother and me. An easy first rep for Alexis here.
Oh, yeah.
Easy second rep, too.
Just
I
make it-
wonder if the name of the game for her is just going to be pacing it. I tell you what, every rep looks about exactly the same.
She said, I did enough, I'm
And I
done.
believe she called it at 4 there?
She
You
had
guys 4 reps.
She had more in the tank. I don't know if that was strategic or...
When an athlete does that, you have to assume it's strategic. You know what I mean? So this is going to be Michelle Johnston.
But she was the first to go, right?
Alexis, yeah. Maybe she knows what she's capable of.
Yeah.
Well, and Chris Tanner just kind of manhandling the 545 like it's not even there. No idea what rep he's on, but it doesn't look like challenge. And we've got a mixed grip going on here from Michelle. Very impressive.
Oh, no. Had a little malfunction of equipment, but...
You gotta love it when a
keeping
collar
on.
starts coming off, man.
The bumpers are holding pretty well, though. It's just that one iron plate.
Well, the beauty is now the judge has to be really close. He can really make sure you're getting a good lockout.
Oh, definitely.
I think I heard the judge say 15 seconds. 8 seconds. She's got time for one more. And I think she decides to just call it there.
I hope Alexis is okay, because she stopped so abruptly, and
Right.
she was the first to go.
Well, she didn't do the cool guy thing and like grab the injured body part as she walked away. So,
Yeah.
you know.
But she disappeared. Like, I don't know. Oh, no, there she is. She's in the crowd.
Yeah.
And she did sit down pretty gingerly just then. I just saw that.
It might be one of those just strategic things where she knew she might have been good for 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Pulled 5 and it didn't feel right, and she said, cool, I'm done, you know?
All right, we're moving on to our pro men.
And we are starting the pro men's.
Are we done with the women's? No, we got one more.
deadlifts.
We've
We've got Tanya York rocking a deadlift suit, figure 8s. I apologize who do not know the number she needs to beat, but I think Michelle set a really good pace.
Alex says she thinks it's 11.
I believe it. Tanya might be good for that many and more.
Now, for those of y'all watching at home, the pro divisions are allowed to wear suits. The amateurs were not.
Oh, an easy first rep. Easy second. 3, 4. 5's the first time I've seen her need a hitch. It's halfway to victory. Well, at this point, I believe she's already beaten Alexis. So the question is, does she have enough time to grind through and get to 12 reps or even 11 for a tie? This is where strategy comes in.
Definitely.
Is the energy expenditure to win this event worth it? Not bad. Buzzer beater at the end there.
I think she's currently sitting in third, so this could
Was
help
that
her
12
bump up.
or was that 11?
Regardless, it's going to help her move up.
Either way,
yeah.
worst case second, I know that.
Yeah.
I kind of lost count though, I'll be honest.
I think we got Eric coming up over here in the Masters.
Yes, and that is actually it for the women's division on the deadlift. And all that's left is the men's pro to get working. I believe this is Eric Schmidt going for 545. Solo Mio with a deadlift suit. She got 12? 11 to the tie? Nice. I just confirmed that. So, correction, we had 10 from Michelle and then 11 from Tanya for an event win for her. And it looks like Eric went for a pull, and I wasn't looking, but I didn't hear a bang, so I'm thinking that he is going to just have to take a 0 on that particular event. It's a good bit of weight, man. And that means this is Luke. No. So we're still at 545. I didn't see a weight change. No, that's 585. So this must be Michael Toomey, maybe?
I think they're still warming up. I don't see Judge.
Oh,
Yeah, they're still warming up.
Okay. Gotcha. This happens when you do deadlifts. The big boys need big weights. You got to warm up to that. Wow. It's a very strong lockout with 585. I believe that's what's on the ball. Kind of gross, not gonna lie. Hashtag goals. Well, I want to argue that these boys are warmed up and we need to get them out on the field.
All right, we got the women's podium update.
Steve, I had a thought.
Get this fucking day started right now for the women.
Well, I was going to say, did you talk to see if you could borrow
Yeah,
his
I'm going to.
an event?
Yep.
Okay. Get it shortly before you challenge teams.
For 2 minutes. We'll jump on for 2 minutes. All right. I don't know if I know any of you personally that are here tuning in and watching. Just want to say hello. My name is Steve Coyne. I'm running these weekend shows with the Masters Pro World Championships, Masters Amateur State Championships, and yesterday's Beast of the Bay. Just got a minute in between here. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being a part of the stream. Thanks for supporting Strongman. If you have any comments, please share them in the chat box. I'll just plug my stuff real quick. I run the @Florida Strongman page on Instagram and the Florida Strongman Club on Facebook. If you want to learn more about what's going on with Strongman in the state of Florida, we are exploding in popularity over the last couple years. So this is a nice, awesome, fun weekend that we have every year down here in the fall in Tampa. So be on the lookout next year. Got some really big plans and would love anybody and everybody to come be a part of it. You are always welcome here. So thank you to Will, Chuck, Alex, the whole streaming team here. I just had a few minutes to say my piece, and now I am back to work. So if I know you, you know me. Hello, good to see you. If not, nice to meet you. Stay tuned for more great lifting.
Now, I believe that was Eric Schmidt taking 545 for a few reps there. Not bad. Very not bad.
I was able to scarf down some food real quick while he was talking.
Yeah.
So what's our next weight jump here?
So I believe we're jumping up to 585 for the Masters men under 220.
All right.
And we'll be starting with Luke Alfield, followed by Michael Toomey. And I guess I cannot count plates. That must have been 495 that they were locking out those weights with during warm-ups. Still pretty gross.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really close to my max, so the fact that they were warming up with it.
Yeah, for reps. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't even there. Yeah. Feels good, man.
And we talked about it yesterday. That power bar is still bending with this much weight.
Yes. I believe this is the most weight we've had on the bar all weekend.
I think 585 was what they topped out with yesterday, so we will surpass that today. I think that was the top weight yesterday.
For the heavyweights, right?
Yeah, I think
Super
it was
heavyweights.
planned to be 605, but I think in a game time decision we went to 585.
Welcome to Strongman.
Yeah, you got to be ready for changes day of. That's why every one of them has that asterisk. These may change.
Yep. All right, we've got Luke Alfield. It's good first rep. He is using old school straps and using his knee sleeves to protect his shins.
He's having a heck of a day today. I mean, he just set a national record on the last event.
Yeah. And I gotta say, he's not quite as snappy with this weight.
He's one of the few not wearing a suit, though.
Yeah. Always gotta give a little more respect to that.
Oh.
Personally, for rep events, I don't care about suits. Like, wear them, I don't care. But I feel like max events, I feel like they should be suitless. I mean, we already use straps, you know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. How much cheating do we really need to do? And before all the equip lifters start crying at me, it's actually harder. Really? Okay. Keep huffing your copium.
I know a few people watching probably that would agree with you. Suits need to just be banned.
Only for max events. I don't care about rep events. Do what you need to. Max, it's too much of an unknown factor being added in. How much does it add? Well, that depends. Then why are we using it? Okay. Back to the action. Is this Michael Toomey?
I believe so.
Okay.
I thought it was Eric, but this is Michael.
Yeah. We'll learn the names on the last event, and we'll still be wrong, and that's okay.
We are rocking through today. I mean, it's only 11:18 here. All right.
Yes.
Am I wrong? No, it's 12:18 here.
Yep.
All my devices are still an hour behind.
Still on Bama time.
Yeah, that's right. But still, we're going through this quick.
Got his first rep. Nice knock to 0, bro. Now time to get another one. If this is in fact Michael and he is in the class with Luke, it may be wise to just pull the one and call it a day.
Yeah, save the energy for the next event.
Expending the energy, I hate to say that it's clear he's not going to catch up, but it's kind of clear he's not going to catch up. But sometimes you just got to pull for pride, right?
I say it may just be personal now.
I'll never begrudge anybody for doing that, man. I get it.
I respect that more than somebody just not even trying.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the judge gave him that one. He was kind of quick on that drop. That was a heck of a grind from start to finish. I'll give it to him. Not necessarily that rep. We're going to see if Justin can eke out one more.
Watching the replay, as he drops it, he gets the down call. So it was almost simultaneously. So I think he does have the one rep.
Now, judge has the ultimate discretion. I think he's going to give it to him. Normally, I say tie goes to the athlete.
Yeah, he just got confirmation. He got one.
One is better than zero.
That's right.
Which means up next is Jonathan Norris Green, my man with the rebounds. I wonder if he's going to lay it on the line or if he's just going to pull his 2 reps and take a win.
Now, this is our last deadlift of the day.
Yes.
Once he's completed, we'll go to a commercial break for a few minutes, reset the cameras, and we'll be back
with the Denny's. Let's see what Jonathan, experienced shorts Norris Green, can do. Strapped in. Well, that didn't look very hard.
Very smooth. Let's see, is he going to go for more?
Putting on a show.
He wants to see what he can do.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Now, you know, on occasion, sometimes an athlete just does things.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not enough to win, the other person has to lose. And there is a difference. Now, I'm not accusing Big John of doing that. I'm just saying, was that necessary?
All right, well, I think we're going to go to commercial real quick, and we'll be right back.
Equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you. personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations.
Can I have the mouse? All right, we got a couple minutes before they get started here on the Denny Stones. We're going to run through the positioning for every division. If I can get my mouse to work, there we go. All right, we'll start with, which is this? This is the Florida Master State Championship. So with Janet Campos is currently in first. That's what you're going to need help me with is the pronunciation.
Some of the names, yeah.
Followed by Patty Burton in second place. In our Masters Heavyweight division, we got Ellie Pope in first, followed by Christine Sebastian in second. Looks like we're getting ready to start here, so I'll try to run through. I'd rather not chance it because I'd like to keep the action going. We got some people getting ready to go.
Looks like we're starting with a pro woman, Alexis.
Huh. So if you're looking at the screen, we changed some stuff around. The bottom right-hand corner is going to be both the beginning and possibly the ending, depending on which way they go. But that's going to be for both lanes. Lane 2, which is your top right of the screen, is where she's going to be walking into. So she's going to walk into the frame
and
right
Alexis
now.
has 135 in one hand and 160 in the other.
Now it looks like we're getting ready to set to go over here. I think we're going to knock out all the women's first and then go into the men's.
Sounds like the plan.
You got amateur women on the left, which is going to be the bottom left of your screen. And that is Janet going right here.
That is not Janet.
That
is Chantel.
Chantel.
I think she might just be warming up.
Okay, she might be. Okay.
Maybe.
We know for sure. Yeah, she's still. Well,
yeah, she's just warming up.
Yeah, okay. So we do know that Alexis is going because she's got a judge walking alongside her here.
I believe we might just be rocking one lane, partially for the weight aspect of it, because the weight of a lot of these implements are quite a bit higher than they were yesterday. And there's not as many competitors either.
Well, if that's the case, no, I was talking because we got a judge here ready to go. We're going to run 2 lanes. It's just a matter of time.
I think she was just warming up
Yeah.
there. And it looks like Alexis is going to call it there.
Actually,
Now,
Chris, can you scoot?
if I recall,
Actually, can you scoot about that far this way?
if I recall correctly,
Perfect.
these lanes are actually 45 feet
Yes.
instead of 50, which is not a huge deal, but it will make some of the maths a little harder. So Alexis, which means next up should be Michelle Johnston.
So she didn't quite get to the halfway mark there.
Yeah, she made one down,
Oh, she
and
did.
then
She made
because
it
she
back over
started over
halfway
here,
then.
and it looks like she got about 3/4 of the way back.
So estimation probably somewhere around the 60-foot range.
Reckon, yeah, probably around there. Yeah. And then up next, this is in fact Michelle Johnston. I was talking to Tanya, and she said her hands are shot because her straps were so tight from the deadlift.
Oh.
And so she left it out there, but she's a little weary about this one now. And
We had a little confusion there. I'm not sure what's going on. We got Steven over here correcting or getting everybody on the same page. I don't think they had the right weight. We all good? All right.
Well, according to the weight chart, it's the right weights. And we have
Got Janet up over here on
Janet
lane
Campos
1.
starting the lightweight amateur women. And Michelle is off and moving. She's got a decent pace going. You know, we talked about it yesterday. This event is so tough. Not just from the hands. You know, if that wasn't enough, you've got these steel plates digging into the side of your legs, too.
So I know what happened now.
Talk to me.
So we were supposed to be going 45 feet and turning. She went to the first marker, which is the halfway point, and turned around.
I
So
see.
now they're having to make shorter turns to make sure it's fair for everybody.
Yes.
One weighs about 10 to 15% heavier than the other side. The razor difference size is
And Janet is just cruising slow and steady. And I would argue that the rubber bumpers present their own unique challenge. They may hurt just a little bit less than a steel plate, but because
Unless
they're
it's bare skin, but then because like
they're
I know it'd pull the hair on my legs.
so much thicker
They are,
that
but they're not going to slide on your legs. You can almost press them against your body
Right.
a little bit better.
kind of makes you wonder if that's good or bad, because it's going to rotate the handle in your hand a little more. I mean, it's not slowing Janet down at all. It looks like Michelle is calling it there. And
I think she ran out of time. I think
if
they called
she
time.
is in fact going just to that halfway mark, then I have to make a correction and say I bet Alexis probably did more than one rotation. I just happened to be looking down at the time. Getting a distance over there for Janet and for Michelle. Getting things reset up for Miss T. York. I apologize, Mrs. T. York. Love you, Bill. I love Bill for a few reasons. The biggest one being that we have the same name, but he chose Bill as the shorthand and I chose Will. So nobody confuses us. I just heard Patty's husband holler, saying, "Let's go."
So we got Patty in lane 1, which is the bottom left of your screen.
And Tanya off, nice and steady.
Now in the top right of your screen.
And now Patty giving her go at this. Slow and steady for both competitors. Looks like Tanya's got a little bit more of a motor. And I'm thinking if Patty can just keep this pace up, she's not going to do too bad.
No.
Easier said than done, though, with the hands. Every single step is a challenge. Every single second, making it hurt more. A lot of this is just grit, honestly.
Now you got
And,
Patty with a hook grip, but you got T. York over here just grabbing a hold of it and going.
That's Tanya.
Wait, I take that back. She's got her thumb tape, but it looks like one hand is a hook grip and one's not.
I'm wondering if maybe her plan is keep going till that main grip fails, then switch to a hook, kind of save it.
That makes sense.
And I think with that, Tanya wins that event. A big needed win, might I add. Because I believe, if I understood that right, she just confirmed with the judges.
Okay, she's okay.
Just confirmed with the judges to making 4 rotations was enough, because I believe everybody else did about 3.5 to 3 3/4. And so she did 4 just to make sure she won. And I believe Patty might,
She was so close to that last turn, but
she might currently be in last, because I feel like Janet was moving just a little bit faster. And I believe Ed is going to be the next on deck, because we are moving to the men's under 220 with Ted, Sean, and Ed.
so we're sticking with the pros on the right lane 2, I guess.
That's men's. That's novice men's. Or amateur. No? Yeah? Yeah, pros, yeah. You're correct,
Okay.
sir.
So we only have one division of women's pros? Yep, okay.
Yes, you are correct, sir. Looks like Uncle Ted is actually going to be up first. Now, the way Ted trains, he likes kind of weird events like this. So you got to imagine this is well within his wheelhouse to be good at it. Uncle Ted's got a pretty good grip, too. Really good pacing.
Very
Wow.
fast, yes.
Yeah. And if you look at him, he's almost strong enough to kind of keep them out to his side so it's not digging into him that much.
Yeah, flaring his lats out.
He just practiced to carry groceries for Mom, I think. And over in the other lane, I believe, I just heard him say Ellie Pope is going, which is the Masters Amateur Super Heavyweight. She is going to be running with 90 and 115 in each hand, respectively. And Uncle Ted is about to get 2 rotations, so he got his 90 feet there. And Ellie is slow and steady with it right now.
Now, Ellie's the one who didn't use a belt, didn't use straps or anything on the deadlift.
Right, and it does look like she's rocking a hook grip.
Yes.
I am mad at her.
She got the over-under going.
I know, right? Wonder if that's a good strategy, actually, kind of keeping one a little further away, that sort of deal. If that even happens, who knows?
I don't know.
I don't think any way you slice it, this event is nice. I think it's just nasty no matter what you do. Survive.
Exactly. She still got 30 seconds. She made it down in 30.
30 seconds.
All right, plus she's going to give up on the hook grip for a minute.
You go, catch yourself, catch yourself. With these implements being uneven weights, it makes things so much more challenging. Ellie's just going to call it there. It's so hard to keep your balance with this.
Yes.
And up next we have Sean Burton. Who just got done cheering on his wife. And I think she's going to now be in his position. My man used all the chalk. Love it.
I don't think that was as much as some of the competitors yesterday, though.
Well, he hasn't done Sandbag yet, so.
That's true. I guess I might not need to speak too soon.
Sean is employing the slow and steady. You know, one thing I've noticed, and I don't have a ton of experience with this particular event, that I've noticed a lot of athletes that seem to almost point their thumbs in seem to be able to move a little faster. And I wonder if there's something to that almost hunched forward
Palms
position.
back, almost.
Yeah. Like almost trying to touch your thumbs to your thighs.
I guess that rotation of the shoulder increases the lat spread.
And it might bring it forward and out a little bit for him, because I noticed he almost went the opposite way and slowed down. And we can actually see the same thing kind of happening over here to Christine.
Yeah.
She's also almost employing an over-under.
Yeah.
Is it over-under if it's 2 separate handles?
I mean, I guess the best way I can describe it. Pronate, supinate, my very intelligent wife using the proper terminology.
Would you make it simpler, like thud and umph?
Soup and pro.
There you go. Stick to onomatopoeia for me if you would.
He's going to call it on the lane 2 over here.
That was a good last gasp there. That's a really good last gasp there. She. The funny thing about this event is sometimes you'll see the athletes starting to speed up, and you're almost tempted to say and think like, "Oh, look at them, they figured it out." And it's like, no, they're just falling with style right now. Okay. But I tell you what, you fall with style a few times, that'll get you 5-10 extra feet sometimes.
I mean, if you do it consistently, is it technically falling or is it planned out?
I'm not gonna lie, that might be the strategy I would employ.
Yeah.
Pick it and just fall 10 feet. Let's do it.
I was doing a yoke carry in a competition, and there was unlimited drops, and it was like insane. It was a car. It was on a yoke, And I picked like 4 or 5 times, and I finally just got too exhausted to pick anymore. But there was a guy who did, I counted it 15 picks. He just pick it up, lean forward, fall forward, pick up. And he ended up beating me in that event, and I was very sad. But, you know, it was just a brute strength kind of thing.
Yeah, that sounds about as much fun as a chainsaw enema.
All right, we got Anthony going.
Big T. On the women's, I believe we've got Brenda Schubert lining up. Big T kind of employing the Uncle Ted technique, just staying nice and wide. And there again, check it out. He's kind of pointing those thumbs inward, and he seems to have a little bit more room.
So people are asking about Iron Podium. My wife is putting some information in the chat, but you can find the scores for right now for both of these competitions, because this is technically 2 different competitions. This is an amateur show and then a pro show. If you go to ironpodium.com and look at today's events or future events, I think, because it still doesn't close it out until tomorrow. It's the Florida USS Nationals Masters and then USS Florida Championship.
I love how Brenda started out her run here. She literally just took these tiny little baby steps until she was able to kind of figure out the implement and get moving a little bit faster. Very, very short steps, but they're quick.
Oh, yeah. I think Anthony over here is on his 3rd turn, so busting the 100 feet mark.
Big T's pretty well built for this type of event. Got some big forearms, long arms too.
And he's got the lat spread
very
already,
wide,
he's got that already sitting there.
Rest them big triceps on those lats, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be close because he made that. I think that was his 3rd turn, which would have been 90 feet.
Yeah.
And then he went a little bit. It's going to be close to 100.
And I see Uncle Ted asking for some ruling on the field. And that's going to be it for Brenda Schubert, which means Nicole Teckel must be next. And I have confirmed who Nicole is. And over on the men's side, I believe Sean Fenley is next, or we've got...
I think that's Horace. I think
Horace,
he's coming up.
who is not listed.
Maybe not. Maybe he's just getting ready.
No, because Horace is here.
Yeah. Okay, they're resetting over here on the left. Do we have any more female athletes going?
We do. We still have
okay, they're
Nicole,
changing.
Chantel, Leanna. And I believe, yes, they are bumping up the weights. One hand will be 115 and the other one will be 135. Ted, Sean, and Tony were all doing 135 in one hand and 160 in the other. And for the super heavyweight amateur pros, they will be doing... No, those are amateurs.
Yeah, so they mixed it up a little bit. We've got... This is lane 2, I believe. So looks like we've only got one set of men on lane 1. I don't know if they're going to stick with this, but we did do amateurs because we saw them go. So now we're shooting down to this division here. So it
Which
may
is
be,
amateurs still.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, the men's
Let's see.
heavyweight, that's Eric?
Where are we at?
I don't know. He's not any of these people. Maybe that's Eric. What are our plates at? We got, what, 3 plates and a 25? Yeah, this is Eric Schmidt.
We're supposed to have 4 on one side, which he does. Okay, yeah.
And this is definitely Nicole Teckel, taking 115 and 135 for a roll. Slow and steady, you know? Every foot, every inch counts. As long as you're going forward. I'm willing to bet she's probably going to put it down and repick. Or I'll just
She's
shut my
got-
mouth.
oh.
I was still right.
She's trying to make a liar out of you.
Yep. Not today, Nicole.
And she has got some like fight in her. She was the
Yes.
one that was trying to get that last rep and just couldn't get the lockout, but was pulling the whole time.
It's got Rob Van Dam's theme music going on right now. Every step. Come on, Nicole.
It's
Good
like
stuff.
Eric's done over here on the lane too.
Leaving it all out there. Gotta love it. Which means up next is going to be Chantel for the women's, and for the men.
Should be Anthony.
No, Tony just went.
No.
Should be Sean.
Eric. Oh, you're right. I forget he moved up. Our paperwork is not matching.
It's all right. We are the
Sean,
blind leading
yes,
the blind, so give
that's
us
right.
just as much grace.
That's right.
And I probably drank enough caffeine to kill 3 people, so.
I have not, and I'm struggling right now.
Chantel gonna go for it.
All right, this is an unusual start stance. She's going to shuffle it down here.
You know, I saw one other athlete attempt a similar technique to this yesterday. I honestly don't know if it's better or worse.
I feel like the rocking would mess my grip up.
Might be one of those ones where if the grip is good enough, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, she's making good distance.
She is.
But like you said, just the weight and honestly the shimmying, I mean, it's got to be pulling her down with every single rock.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to knock it if it works, right?
I mean, she's already made it pretty far.
This is a results-oriented sport. I don't care how you do it, just
That's
do it.
right.
And it is my boy, Sean. Better have a good showing here. Now, he's actually done this type of event several times.
He's got
Pretty good at it.
He's got some good speed going on here.
Pretty good at it. If he can keep those hands pointed the right way.
Yes.
Sean's wife is actually helping with doing some scribing, and she just gave him some words of encouragement. Said, don't come home if you don't win. I agree. Yeah, he's doing great.
He's made it 90 feet without dropping it.
Oh, yeah. There it is. I was going to say, he's going to say, ooh, yeah. Yeah. Sean does this funny thing where when he's in the zone, he just starts saying stuff, and he's like, what did I say? I don't remember. And when you talk to him, he's a very soft-spoken, really nice guy. He only gets like that when he's like getting pushed to that edge.
Mr. Stan Wright joining us in the chat here. He's a member of the channel. He said that Sean is awesome. He beat him in Mississippi last year. That reminds me, I need to give a shout out to our members.
We have the other power couple, Leanna Welburn, going.
Shout out to Stan Wright for being a member to the channel, along with Natasha Benton, Trey Godbold,
Big Trey.
Adam Guy, and Rosalinda Barrett. Thank y'all so much for being members to the channel.
Leanna taking some gigantic strides with this implement, which is nothing short of amazing, honestly. Next up on the men's side, we've got Leroy. About to see how he does on carrying the groceries for mom.
Looks like we're starting to draw some crowd from the other exhibits that are closing down. We're getting a bigger show.
It is the best show in the building.
I agree.
I love Woody. He always looks like so angry. And then if you talk to him, he's like, hey, how's it going? she's going to call it there. Not a bad run. I am super impressed with how long her strides were. It's really hard to take long steps with this implement. I mean, Leroy, one of the taller athletes, and look how short his steps are. You know what I mean?
Well, short steps for him are still normal strides for me.
Listen, listen. It's proportional. And then I believe we are going to be running the Masters Men 50 plus over in lane 1.
Yeah, Horace is down there with
Which
Woody.
means Horace and Woody are probably on deck right now. And they are rocking the same 115 in one hand and 135 in the other hand. And I believe we're done with all the women, actually. It just went by like that, man.
Yeah, we are flying through this. I wonder if we might not take a long break after this. I don't know how long Steven's wanting to go before he does the last event, but we're making great time here. Leroy's going to call it there.
Nope, I lied. We've still got... I'm missing some women here.
That is...
She's the Masters heavy.
That is Carrie Ann Davis. She's in a division by herself. May not be listed right there, but...
Apparently not.
She is one of the pros. Masters women over 50.
Yeah.
Heavyweight. Pro. Heavyweight. It's not listed on
Okay. I was like, I'm not crazy, right? Nope. A current national record holder
Yes.
in the axle. Now, unfortunately, those skills don't really translate very well to this event.
They do not. But she's doing well. I mean,
I don't think any skills translate well to this event.
pain tolerance.
This
Pain-
is just-
pain tolerance.
Just grit, salt, and vinegar.
Oh, we got somebody flying down here.
Yeah, he would. He would. Big Chris Tanner. Good Lord.
Looked like he was just carrying the groceries in.
Telling you. Call him after Sam's run. Yeah, wow. I get this funny feeling he's just going to do what he needs to win, huh?
Yeah, it's barely even touching his legs.
Yeah. 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 Chris is a problem. I mean, this is the slowest he's moved, and that's about 10% faster than most of the other field.
There for a second, he looked so effortlessly, I thought he was talking to the judge.
He's having a full conversation.
It looked like it, but he's just taking his like constant breaths. He's staying steady with it.
I think he's already won.
I'm not sure. Leroy had a good run,
He did.
but I think he just got a few extra feet just to get it. So this is Ed, who's not listed on our paperwork.
Yes, correct. The other half of the power couple. With a good pace. So it's going to be Ed over there. And I think that means that Horace is going to be up next on lane 1. He really picked up the pace on this second lap here. So that is I believe this is Luke Alfield getting ready to give it a go. Should be 4:45. 3 and a 25. Yes, I believe this is Luke Alfield. He's taking 160 and 180 in each hand.
I think I keep getting Luke
handles.
and Ted mixed up some on like when they're walking across. I think I said earlier Ted set the record. It was Luke that set the record.
Yes. And that is going to be it for Ed over there in lane 1. I believe Horace Marlowe is up next, followed by Woody Wood, and that's going to round out, I believe, all the athletes for lane 1, unless they decide to make it a head-to-head.
That would be interesting.
Not sure if we have enough similar plates to make that a fair
I don't think
fight.
so. And we probably do. There's a lot of iron over there.
Yeah. And, of course, Luke is just out of the
Flying.
gate running like it's not even there.
He does know there's no national champion or record for this, right?
He's trying to get one made, I think. My man's just built different. Oh, he is human. Look at that.
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, he slowed down a little, you know. A machine wouldn't do that.
I guess that's true.
Maybe he just needs more oil.
Made it over two turns before he had to set it down.
It wasn't even 3. Come on. Here we go.
Horace is doing a nice
just
long
sleeping
strides.
over here with Horace with a
He's
really
got some
long
long
strides. Kind of interesting. It's almost like he's
like he's going on a stroll.
Well, it's
He's got a little bit of bend in his arms, keeping it up high.
It's kind of crazy because he's the only person I've really seen who's literally walking his arms with his legs, and honestly,
That seems
it
to be
seems
working.
to be a really good strategy.
Yeah. Oh, bounced off a little bit, but
And I want to give him credit, as if he's just discovered this technique, like thought it up. But I think he's just built different too, and just started doing that, and it's working for him.
he's coming up on turn 3 here.
This is honestly a great showing.
It's 135 feet without dropping. I'd say it's about 140 feet right there
That's
without
really
dropping
good.
it once.
I'll clap it up for that. That's nasty. That's a solid. What? This is a 90-second event?
90 seconds, yes.
So he held, while walking,
143
143
feet.
for a minute and a half
143 feet.
while walking. That's nasty. Yeah, even Steve's, wow, that's impressive. Yeah,
Yeah. All right, we got
Yeah, I have a-
Woody up.
I have a farmer's hold record that's about a minute 35. And let me tell you, the first minute's not bad. It's that last 30-something seconds.
Yes.
But I didn't have to move while doing that.
No. I think we found the new strategy to follow, walking it with your hands,
Honestly,
arms and
that-
legs together.
I never would have thought of that, and it worked really well. That is Mike. I ran into him at the bathrooms. That's why I get all the insider details. Put that on my gravestone. Yeah. Mike said with the deadlift, it kind of went how we thought it would. And he said he was hoping to make up a little more redemption on this particular event. Quote, it's just about pain tolerance.
Yes.
And I was like, fair enough, Mike. Gotta imagine that calf is just tearing him up with every step.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Even if it's just a strain, having those plates banging into it like that, man. 2 out of 10, don't recommend.
All right, we're
Looks like we are done with Michael Toomey. Woody just doing a readjustment on the good leg. it's incredible because he's unbalanced, but he's still kind of gently placing stuff down. He's not giving up yet. Nice. To the buzzer. Not bad for Woody Wood. So we've got to have that. That is Steve Isla's setting up. That is Steve Isla's setting up.
Okay.
Graybeard.
Yeah, he's the one that went the deadlift.
Yes, correct.
I mean, I like to have a pretty face on the camera, but
Just not yours. That's a bold statement. So you think. Steve just steady walking it.
similar style to Horace.
Very similar, yeah.
Top distance we had over here was 143 feet from Horace Marlowe.
143 from Horace with the unique walking hands technique.
I like it. Steve's gonna call it there.
He's gonna call it at one lap. Horace literally in a league of his own. Horace literally in a league of his own and giving what he wants to give. I always appreciate a man who knows his limits. So we're gonna do a quick weight change for the super heavyweight pros. They are gonna be rocking 180 in one hand, 205 pounds in the other. So we are gonna be adding a 25 to the heavier handle. That's icky pooey, dude. And then we will have Justin Sansucci, I believe. And one of these is dropped out, right?
Todd.
Followed by John Norris Green, and that will be it for the Denny Walk event. So far, the highest distance by Horace, what did he say, 147?
143.1.
143. According to the stories I'll be telling, it was 147. But yeah. And right now we've got Justin getting ready. Another athlete utilizing the knee sleeves on the calf shin area. Hiding a belt under his shirt. Putting the belt in incognito mode. Nice and set up. Let's see how he does. Good pick, good start. It's a pretty wide gait he's got going on, but he's managing to hold it together for now. I think as the event goes on, that wider gait becomes more and more challenging to keep up with because these shoulders get tired and the hands get tired. Your ability to control those two awkwardly weighted implements becomes more and more of a challenge.
Yeah.
And I see my man has some of that physio tape on his left arm there, trailing down one of the big grippy muscles. Kind of makes me wonder if he's got any issues going on. But he's had that on there since before the press, so
Maybe it's just preventative. Hopefully.
maybe he just likes the way it looks.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
So we got one last athlete.
He's gonna go ahead and call it there. And then we've got Jonathan Norris Green. Jonathan Old Shorts Norris Green. Now, I'm assuming he's just gonna go down one lap and take a couple steps. because that's all he really needs to win. But then again, on the deadlift, he gave the crowd a bit of a show. Maybe he wanted a PR for himself.
Got a couple of people asking again in the chat. The scores are on Iron Podium right now. If you go to ironpodium.com, get you the exact names. So if you go to ironpodium.com and look at Florida Masters State Championship and USS Masters Pro.
So I believe Jonathan has already won this event.
I believe so too.
And it looks like he's just going to call it there. And that is going to be the conclusion of the Denny carries. We're going to get the final distance mark on that. And that is going to conclude the Denny carries for everybody, which means the only event left of the day is the gross sandbag pyramid.
Tell them a little bit about how that's going to run.
No, it is gross.
Tell them how it's going to go while I get this camera set up.
Yeah, so the athletes will have to shoulder the sandbag.
Okay, come on.
Let's talk about this one. Since I got a minute here. All right, so we're going to talk about this sandbag pyramid that is coming up next. So here's how this works. So you have shoulders on each end of a carry, and it's ascending reps. So the way that this is scored is your rep number, total sandbags to shoulders is all that matters. But you will start same sandbag the whole time. You have one sandbag to shoulder, then you carry 25 feet, drop at the end of that run. Right there, you then do 2 sandbags to shoulder with the same sandbag, carry back 25 feet, drop. Then you do 3 sandbags to shoulders, carry back 25 feet into 4. So it is on and on and on and on and on, however many reps that you can achieve. So if you get into that like round of 4, let's say, so you've already banked 1, banked 2, so that's 3 total, banked 3 more, that's 6 total. And then if you were to get 2 successful in that round of 4, that would put you at 8 total reps, right? So like you don't have to clear the line.
The most anybody got was they got to that 5th round, but did 1 rep only.
I think Rush yesterday hit 11 total. Yeah, so that's getting into the 5th round, but also, so consider that's, so what? So 25, 50, 75, 100. So not only is that 11 sandbags to shoulders, but that was also a 100-foot sandbag carry in that. So it's a 90-second max rep count for that, as high as you can get up the pyramid. So it's a good test for the end of the day for the athletes. It's strength under fatigue.
They better be warm.
They're very warm. Not only did we start outside under the Florida sun today, but yeah, awesome. So that's going to be coming up. It's just good gut check. I always think it's cool to leave strongman events with the last event as something where you just got to leave it all on the line, and this gives people an opportunity to just get after it. So we're going to be
lot of points.
Getting that started in just a little bit. While I'm here, Will, any questions for me while we're going?
No, I'm good, dog.
No, awesome. Once again, if you're tuning in, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'm Steve. I've been running this thing, so just really, really, really thank you so much for tuning in, supporting your friends and families, or just supporting Strongman in general. Thank you so much. I'm going to get back to work. See you guys in a bit.
We are going to go to a commercial break and showcase some of our wonderful sponsors for this event. And we will be back with the sandbag.
personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, real quick, I'm going to do a run through of all the scores for everybody. Now that we got a little time in intermission, we're going to start with the amateur division for Florida Masters State Championship. It's going to be in our Masters Women Lightweight. Janet Campos in first place with 8 points. In second place, we have Patty Burton with 3. Our Masters Women Heavyweight, Ellie Pope in first place with 7 points. Christy Sebastian in second place with 5. And our Masters Men Middleweight, 220 and under, Anthony Infante in first place with 11 points. Ted Drever in second place with 9. Sean Burton at 3 with 3 points. Sure, we got Steven joining us right now.
I just want to say something real quick while we run through these scores. So I want to give a special shout out to Ted Drever today, especially on that axle clean and press. So last year on Sunday at this same event, the Fit Fest, Ted Drever destroyed his knee, like loud pop, like torn patella, ACL, MCL, like the whole thing popped open, going for what was at the time a state record axle clean and press, and I think might be today. We'll have to check on that. But came back today. This is his first competition back since then. I mean, he was in a full leg cast.
Oh, wow.
Full leg cast. I mean, it was pretty gnarly. So this is his first competition back, and he absolutely smoked that 255 today. So what a warrior, man, that guy.
And he's doing great. He's only 2 points behind the leader with 3 points left on the board. So, I mean, anything could happen in this last event.
Anything can happen.
You might be having a tiebreaker.
Yep, but for him to come back and do that for his first comp back after destroying his knee and being in full leg cast for like 6 months, just wanted to give a shout out because I heard you saying that while you were going through. So Ted Drever, owner of Iron Legion Strength and Combat in Ocala, Florida. So check that guy out. He is one bad dude. So anyways, thank you, brother.
Oh, no problem. In our Masters Men Heavyweight division, we've got Leroy Herden. Okay. Hendon. No, that's their R. There's an R in there. Herden, 11 points. In second place, we got Christopher Tanner with 6 points. And in third place, Sean Finley with 5. Then your Masters Men Heavyweight 50 and plus. First place, you've got Edward Wellborn with 9.5 points, followed closely behind by Horace Marlowe with 8 points, and then Woody Wood with 6.5. Let's move on to our pro division. For our USS Masters Pro Worlds, Masters Women Middleweight 165 and under. In first place currently with only a half a point lead is Leanna Wellborn. Second place, Chantel Justamon with 8 points. And in third place, Nicole Tikel with 7.5. So your first and third is only separated by 1 point. Your Masters Women Lightweight 50 plus is Brenda Schubert. Masters Women Heavyweight 40 plus is first place Michelle Johnston with 9 points. T. York is in second with 8 points. And in third place, you've got Alexis Hutchison with 7 points. Very close battle here. 3 points on the board. Anything can happen. Anybody can change positions there. Your Masters Women Heavyweight 50 plus, Carrie Ann Davis, division by herself. Your Masters Men Middleweight 220 and under, you've got Luke Alfeld, I believe I'm saying that right, tied with 6 points going into the final event with Michael Toomey. So this last event is going to determine who takes home first and second. You've got Eric Schmidt in the division by himself, Steven Azales in the division by himself as well. And then your Masters Men Heavyweight, you've got Jonathan Norris currently in first place with 11 points. And Justin Sensucci, thank you, in second place with 9 points. Todd Polk is not currently here, so his position is just zeroed out to make sure that the scores go in. So that's your current podium. We're going to go back to commercial break just for a little bit longer, and then we will get started on this last event. If you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel. And if you really want to be generous, we do have a membership that gets you extra bonuses that only are exclusive to those.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, we're getting ready to go live here. Once Will gets back over here with me, he'll be doing commentary, but I've got to do some score checking. We're going to do some replays to make sure that we have everything 100%. So just enjoy the show. We're live. We're doing some score checking to make sure it's accurate. So you just take over.
Sure thing. We are getting ready to go for the Sandbag Pyramid. I'm looking for my paperwork. It's somewhere around here. Wonder if it's right at the bottom here. That looks familiar. So this is going to be a 90-second event. If you missed Steve going over the event, it is 90 seconds and it is Sandbag Pyramid. So the athlete will have to shoulder the bag, carry it 25 feet, put the bag down, shoulder it twice, carry it 25 feet, then shoulder 3 times. Hence the pyramid. And yesterday, I don't believe anybody got past round 5 for sure. I think one person might have gotten to round 5, meaning 5 shoulders would have been the gatekeep to get to go again, but I believe they only got 1 or 2 reps in that round 5. And we have Janet Campos already on round 3. And this event, only reps matter. So again, the key to earn the reps is to carry the bag the 25 feet. But you can't get to do that until you finish all the reps for that round. And I believe she is on 3 right now. And that means she has done 75 feet of a carry and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reps. This will be rep 7 if she can get it. Very much so a conditioning event. But it's an awesome event to really leave everything out there. She's going to chase rep number 7. She is so close. It's so easy to sit here and say, just do that last little hop. But I tell you what, after all that movement and all those shoulders, it's going to be a tough time. And up next in the lightweight women's is going to be Patty Burton. Her husband is right off here to the side, excitedly saying, "Come on, Patty." And she is awaiting the judge. I believe her lane is being judged by Steve. Working it out for some of the pros. And Patty is off. She has to do 1 shoulder and then carry. The judges are generally going to be looking for a good rep on the shoulder. They're going to want 1 hand out and general stability of the bag on the shoulder. for larger bags, you may see some no reps if the arm holding the bag or that shoulder holding the bag is sort of extended and running down the arm. A lot of times the judge is going to give that a no rep, or if they seem very unstable with the bag on their shoulder, kind of dancing around. Over on the men's side, I believe we have... Well, I'll be honest, I'm not sure who that is. But that looks like a 100 bag to me. Or perhaps a 130 bag. Oh, I know who that is, but I can't remember his name. Not very helpful, is it? Ed. I think that's Ed. Which is why I don't see him, because he's not listed. He was a late entry, just came in because he wanted to do a show with his wife. And that is going to finish up the lightweight women. And actually, ironically, Tina would have been in this class, but she suffered an injury pretty close to the show and unfortunately had to pull out. But she's still here to support it. That's one thing you got to love about this community. And I believe Ed is on round 3 over here. Yeah, this is Ed Wellborn going right now with the red grip shirt. Now, one thing I do like is that Ed taped his shirt to his body in a belt fashion. Now, I think he got pretty far there. No idea on reps. And over in the women's lane, we've got Ellie Pope. And on the men's lane, we're going to be doing Horace. Ellie is rocking a 130 bag from Cerberus. And Horace is going to be rocking a 140. So we are doing the Masters Men's Heavyweight 50 Plus over here. And Ellie is doing very good with this bag. Steve making sure that the athlete is across the line. Looks like Tim, the judge for the men's, is going to not give him that rep, unfortunately. And even more unfortunate, I see Horace kind of grabbing his back and calling it there. After a day like today, if your back isn't a little tight, sore, or possibly even hurting, I'd be worried. Looks like Ellie is on round 3. She's got 30 seconds left, trying to catch her breath a little bit. She's very quick on the move, on the walking part of this, which is good. Trying to sort of one motion that bag. If she can get one more rep to shoulder, it's going to be big points for her. You know, this is one of those ones where every single rep is going to make a big difference. And we got Woody Wood rocking the 140 over there in lane 2. Looks like he's on his second round. Gets his 2. And then on the women's super heavyweight, we're going to be having Christine Sebastian, also with the 130 Cerberus bag. Woody's on round 3, I think, or 4. Christine really popping that bag. Onto her walk now. Woody through round 3, trying to stay stable as he walks that bag. Christine just trying to center herself, catch her breath a little bit. Woody made it down to the end and said he's had enough. I think that's enough for him to win this event, possibly. Not exactly sure how many Ed did. Christine trying to hoist it up to that shoulder. Good stability, hand down. She's looking at that bag, and I think she wants at least one more rep. I believe next on the men's side is going to be Anthony, Big Tony. But we're waiting for Christine to get one more rep. She is trying to hop it up. So hard to do. She is right there. Oh. She's got 20 seconds, but it looks like she might be calling it. She hasn't walked off the field yet, though. And she has made the official decision. She is going to go ahead and call it there. Means next up is going to be Brenda Schubert. She is going to be in the women's lightweight 50 plus. She is also going to be walking around with this 100 sandbag. Perhaps Ed is just declining because we currently have Ted Drever with a 185 bag. Now, Ted does a lot of cross training. This is probably going to be one of, if not his best event of the day. Very conditioned. Does a lot of BJJ, a lot of cross training. The man is super conditioned. And I have to imagine when he saw this event, he probably got super excited because probably wasn't that different from his own training normally. And so far, he looks like he's doing just fine. Not really breathing heavy, focused a little bit more on the shouldering aspect of life. Believe he's on round 4 right now. And we have Brenda Schubert. She is on round 2, making it happen nice and easy. Oh, I apologize. She's on round 3. Her 6th rep. Little bobble, finally. There she goes to the shoulder, and she's going to carry it across. And I believe Ted is on round 4, getting his 4th rep here. Probably the fastest I've actually seen him walk that sandbag so far. Not even turning to shoulder it, because I think he understands the time he has remaining. He's just going to be looking to get some more reps on there. And a buzzer beater. I believe he made it to round 5 and got at least 1 rep there. So great, great work for Ted. He's definitely should be happy with that performance. Brenda just trying to eke out that one more. Such a grueling event because when you get to the end here, you just have no more pop. Makes it really hard to get that bag up to that shoulder. Nicole Tickle is up next. She is going to be running with a 130 bag, starting out for the women's pro 165, which is the middleweight class. And she is rocking some gloves and a belt. And over on the men's side of things, we've got your boy, Sean Burton. He's moving very quick in the transition phase. Let's see if he can keep it up on the shouldering. He's got a good pop. Judge really making him be honest on that shouldering rep for sure. Good stuff. He is past round 2, walking around 3. Same thing for Nicole. Nicole gets her first shoulder down there. And actually, it looks like Sean has elected to just call it. Probably one of those decisions where he didn't think he could keep up and or beat Ted. So he just decided to call it there. Can't blame him. Got Eric Schmidt, who's going to be running the 185, going to be the men's lightweight 50 plus. But Nicole is still going. I believe she's on round 4 right now. This is where she starts breathing heavy. Goes for a double go. Gets 1 rep on round 4 here. And there's Big T. So Tony is running the same weight bag as Ted and Sean. But I tell you what, Ted did not make it easy to beat.
So where are we at? I've been out trying to fix stuff. So
we just finished with Nicole. I believe she got 2 reps on round 4.
Wow.
And up next is Chantel with a 130 bag. And on the men's side of things, we are rocking with Big T, Anthony Infante.
Looks like he's already done.
Looks like he may have called it. Ted set a blistering pace to try to keep up with. And now we have Eric Schmidt, the men's lightweight 50 plus. And it actually looks like he's about to start at the same exact time as Chantel. Eric's got his first rep. Chantel also has her first rep. So they're all both on round 2 right now. Eric's got his first in round 2. She's got her first. If this was head-to-head, they'd be neck and neck.
Yeah.
With Eric just edging her out. But I think he did start a little earlier.
Go.
She jumped the judge's call for her second rep. Got a warning from the judge.
Now Eric's still doing the 185, right?
Yes. If this is correct.
Yeah, I don't think they changed back.
Looks like the same bag. Chantel is on rep 2, I believe, of round 3. She's got one more. She is not going to want to jump the call this time, that's for sure.
They are neck and neck still.
Eric is still, he's not really slowing down on the shoulders. He's got a lot of good pop out of his bottom arm to just push that bag up to his shoulder. But this is really where it sets in. I mean, we're on round 4 now, and that's where it starts getting tough.
At this point, they've done 6 reps.
Yes. And 75 feet, you know?
Yeah.
Which, even carrying with the shoulder, it's not like that's easy.
No.
Time for Eric.
No
And he is
rep.
not going to give her that rep. Unfortunately, couldn't beat the buzzer. Still a great showing. Way to not quit until the very end. I mean, not really quit at all, honestly.
No, not at all.
So that means... on the women's side, we should be moving to Carrie Ann.
No,
that's not Carrie Ann. That is...
That's Ellie, isn't it? No.
That's Wood something. Her husband's competing on the amateur side.
Leanna Wellborn right here.
Yes, Leanna Wilburn. I'm glad it wasn't a snake. Yes, Leanna Wellborn. Going with her husband, having a seat to stay calm and cheer her on from the background. And I believe we have a weight change on the men's side. Going to be jumping up to 205 pounds or something within that realm. Because we have the Masters amateur heavyweight. She is in a precarious position. Just trying to get it one more to that shoulder. Nice, good stuff. I believe that was round 3 for her right now. She's got 10 seconds left. One more rep. They all count right now.
I just wanted to get my hands dirty one time. I wanted to pick up a bag.
Just once, you know. Now you can say I volunteered.
That's right.
I helped. And I helped.
That was a 205 or 220, one or the other. 205 or 220.
I'm thinking it's 205.
Ah, dang it.
Somewhere in the realm.
It felt pretty light, I figured.
Somewhere in the vicinity. Got Carrie Ann Davis coming up. National record holder. Much excite, such wow.
Leroy looked at me like, you can lift that? I was like, yeah, I do some competing.
I believe first up in the men's side is Sean. I believe he's already going, actually.
Yep.
Which means he's on round 2, I think.
Yes.
And Carrie's starting out, getting her first rep in. Good stuff. Nice. That's 2 for Sean. He is making it happen, Captain. He's got a lot of work to do. He's chasing some really good competitors. Somebody just lost some shoes?
Oh, the judge is kicking his shoes off. I thought it was a competitor.
Tim's just trying to get more grounded. He's like, he wants to feel the earth, man. Got Carrie Ann over here. She has one more rep to get to the shoulder before she can start and go to the next round. Really good pop on that one. I swear it's almost like she warms up in the event as it's going on. It seems to get better and better as the event goes on. One little kind of, I'll call it a cute thing I've noticed some of the competitors do is when it's on their shoulder, they will kind of throw the bag from almost 3 or 4 feet away to get it over the line.
Yeah.
That way they're not carrying it all the way over the line.
I think Steven said
when it's over. Sean's slowing down.
I think he said during the rules that even if it's on the ground, you can scoot it down the pathway. It's just you're gonna take you a lot longer.
Right, and I saw him sort of make one of the athletes pull it all the way across the line.
Yeah. He's like, it's got to get across the line. It doesn't have to go. You don't have to carry it across the line.
And that means we are coming up to the last women of the day of the final event in the Pro Masters Women's Heavyweight. Alexis Hutchinson is first, followed by Michelle Johnston and T. York.
Now
crazy good battle here.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that if Tanya wins this event, she wins the thing.
It comes down to it. I mean, Alex is in third with 7 points. First place is only 9, so there's a 2-point difference between first and third. So, I mean, potentially anybody could win this still. Comes down to who wins this last event. Oh, she's going to call it. She must not be 100% today.
Just wants to 0. I think something happened on one of those events. I think he might be right on that deadlift. We got the man, the myth, Leroy Herndon, making it happen. I tell you what, though, he has a long way to get that sandbag to his shoulder. He is just a tall and long athlete.
Every time you say Leroy, I can just hear Leroy Jenkins.
Yes, sir. But I tell you what, his shouldering technique is just perfect. I mean, it basically rolls right up to that shoulder. No wasted movement. I mean, just look at that. He's front squatting it up, really.
And he's picking it up the long way, you know.
Yes.
For me, I would have to turn it sideways and then spin it up on my shoulder.
Well, we're just normal men.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just normal men.
We're not masters of the sport yet.
Yeah, no. Michelle.
Oh, that's a good
round
pop.
2, here she goes. She's making it happen. Now, the women are doing a 140 bag. And, again, gross. Like,
yes,
I wouldn't want to do this with 140. In fact, I know if they had...
during training, I use a 135 for reps like this.
Right.
And I don't think I'm doing this many reps.
No. Well, you're just doing the Tabata. That's the thing. Yeah,
exactly.
That's a genius, right? Yeah.
That's right. I think Leroy's going to call it there.
He got a few reps there. I mean, he was on, round 4 over there?
At least.
And then Chris Tanner stepping up to finish out the novice men's super heavyweight. I'm sorry, amateur. Amateur super heavyweight, not novice. She has 10 seconds. That is enough time for one more.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if Michelle can eke one more out here.
Now, if Chris Tanner gets the win here, it might put him close to a tie because him and Leroy are only 2 points apart. I mean, there's a chance for a tie depending on how Sean and Chris fall out in this one.
Yeah. Well, Chris is a little slow on the pick. I'm starting to wonder if maybe this is finally an event that Chris isn't just walking through. He is human. Yeah. This will be fun to see how the points end out here, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think that...
Chris is just calling it at 1. That's interesting.
I think that solidifies Leroy.
Yeah. He's just trying to make it interesting for us. And Tanya's here. She's got a lot of work to do if she wants to beat Michelle on this event. But Tanya getting that first bag up nice and easy.
This is a make-or-break event for Tanya and Michelle because they're 1 point apart right here, and there's 3 points up for grabs right now. Because
she is one motioning the bag to her shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, amazing technique. She's picking it straight up into her chest. That way she can just sort of roll it onto her shoulder.
Yeah.
Which this is an athlete just utilizing their own leverages and the equipment to her own advantage. I mean, good stuff right here. A pro gamer move, if I may.
Got
And
Luke
we
up
have
here.
Luke Alfield for the 220 middleweight. Tanya finishing round 3.
Luke almost threw that over his shoulder by mistake.
He about did.
He had to catch it. Yeah.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Luke was explosive. No way.
You don't get a national record without that.
Yeah, I mean, and he is still just rocking it, too. He is speeding through it.
It's so far on his back of his shoulder, he's almost having to hold on to it.
He is
Like,
not leaving it in the hands of the judge.
No.
Come on, Tanya. You need it, Tanya. Let's go. She's calling it. I'm not sure how many reps she got.
That's going to be...
She got 7 reps. I don't know what that's going to do to the scoring. What did Michelle get? How many did Michelle get? Ooh. Michelle got 8 and Tanya got 7.
If Tanya would have won that event, she would have... I think she would have overtaken first or tied for first, one or the other.
Still got Luke. Luke of the Machine Alfield over
He
here.
is not giving up on that one.
I mean, he really has not slowed down at all. This is just an amazingly conditioned athlete. I can't even imagine what round he's on right now. I think that's the most I've seen him slow down right there was that first breath he took.
Wow, we had one of the female athletes get 9 reps.
Not bad. I think Luke is right up there with somebody. I mean, he was fast on every little bit of what he just did. Michael Toomey coming up for the middleweight men. Don't know how he's going to play this. It's a hard act to follow. But maybe he'll rise to the occasion. A machine, dude. A machine. Alrighty. Honestly, that first rep looked pretty good. Might have. Yeah, he's not having much trouble getting that sandbag to his shoulder. Little bobble on a pick there. I mean, Luke, I hate to say it, but he kind of just ran essentially a perfect course. I mean, no wasted time, no wasted motion. Again, just a hard act to follow.
He's had a great day today, that's for sure.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean Michael's going to just let him take it. Yeah, he's on round 3, I think. But I'm not a horse. I can't really count, so. Good stuff.
I love seeing that right there.
Yeah, man.
Final score of the day.
Now he's on at least round 4. He's still got a lot of really good explosiveness once he gets the bag on his chest. Time is called. He is done. No idea how many reps he did. A lot. The real question is, was it enough? I'm sure he thinks so. Next up, we have Steve Islas in the men's heavyweight 50 plus. Running solo, elected to not do the deadlift, and did 1 lap with the Denny's. Let's see what he decides to do here on the sandbag. Gets his first rep. going for a nice stroll. Yeah, looks like he's gonna give it a go.
You gotta love it when athletes like this who are in their own division by themselves, they don't just do the bare minimum to get on the board. They actually go all out.
Well, and it's the last event of the day. I would hope he would. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, what else you got? That second rep. There he is. Walk it down. Now he's on to round 3. Yeah. He doesn't have to be in any particular hurry.
No.
But he hasn't quit yet, which I love.
Yes. He's gonna go till the time runs out, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
And he's calling it there. Yep. Not bad. So next up, we have our last 3 competitors of the day. 2 competitors
Yes, Todd is not in.
of the day. We have Justin Sansucci and Jonathan Norris Green. We will see what happens here. Now, I believe Jonathan has been laying it down pretty hard today. We'll have to see what Justin sets the pace as on the 225 bag.
It's easy to make that look easy when you hadn't done anything but sit in a chair all day.
Yeah, well, I mean, and you're cold. Like, bro, like you're
No,
killing
I'm
it,
not
dude.
cold at all.
I'm cold. It's the caffeine.
Yes.
I think I found a mistake. If I can talk to that.
Sure.
If I should do that, yeah. So.
I'm only putting in what I'm given.
No, I got you. So we have for the Masters for the pro middleweight. So Chantel and Nicole tied with 7, and Liana got 6. So they tied her and Chantel at 6. I have the video as well. If you want to cover it. So yeah, so Liana should be 6. Chantel got 7. So I can show you the video.
So we've got Justin Sansucci. He's going to set the pace here. First rep is up, and he's away and rolling. Now he's got to get to 2. He's got to set a really good pace here because John seems to be quite a conditioned athlete, and I get a funny feeling that whatever Justin does, John is going to make it his mission to beat. So we'll see what kind of pace he can set here. We are on round 2. That was his easiest shoulder of the day right there. That one looked really smooth, really easy. Keep the pace. Keep the pace. Justin have a little trouble with the pick. He's got about 30 seconds left in his round. I don't think Justin wants to quit. I think the mind is willing, but the body is not. It'd be like that. If he gets one more rep, man, he's just gonna elect to call it there. Sometimes it'd be like that. He went for it. Gotta love it. And our final athlete of the day, Jonathan Norris Green. Jonathan Old Pants Norris Green. So he needs to beat 3 reps. In 90 seconds. I wonder if he'll leave it all out there for the final event of the day or if he'll just do enough to win. Very easy first rep for him. I sort of expected that after seeing everything else this man's been capable of all day. Easy second rep. Yeah, easy third. Looked about the same as the first 2. And if he just gets 1 rep here, that'll be an event win for him. That's the event win. Maybe one more for good measure.
didn't. It just flipped it.
And he is
So she
through
went-
round 3. He has definitely won this event for his
That's
division.
what it was.
You think he's just going for points, maybe?
She went from third to
Nope, he is going to call it there early, without question, dominating this event. And that is going to be
So that's
the
amazing.
final athlete of the day.
That's
We are currently tallying up all the scores, making sure everything's as accurate as possible, and updating Iron Podium as quickly as we can. And that's it. It's been a day. I want to thank everybody once again for tuning in. Are we going to be staying for awards?
we're gonna go to commercial break for a minute.
We are going to go to commercial break, and we should be back shortly after we're done tallying up scores, and we will be back with the proper scores and awards.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you. personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, we're going to get ready to announce the podium winners. We're going to start with the amateur division.
All right. So we're going to do all amateurs first.
Make sure our sound's good here.
Pros, just a few quick things before we get into this. So, if you did not meet Chris and Lydia today, please raise your hands. They were our photographers today. So there will be, first off, big hand, thank you guys. They will be offering, if you did not get a group photo package, some a la carte options. So if you're again like 1 or 2 real bad pics of you out there, you'll be able to purchase one-offs, correct? So in the next week sometime, those will be out and ready. So you will get an email from me with the link. You might also get a second email, but they will be sent out to you. Also, if you're connected to me on any
Real
of our
quick,
social
while
media,
we're getting ready to do the announcements here, if you enjoyed today's show, make sure you subscribe to the channel to see more shows. We have one next weekend in Prattville, Alabama, the Southeastern Strongman Open. And then we've got, in October, we've got Redbeard's Revenge. And then we have another one that's not quite public yet, but we will be doing another show in December.
Now, before we get into this, last thing I'm going to say before we get into the podium is just seriously a very sincere thank you to everybody that's out here. First off, big thank you to all the staff, judges, and volunteers for being here. Really appreciate it. I appreciate all the friends and spectators that are here. You guys are awesome. We all need our support structures to just do this thing. So friends, family, spectators, thank you guys so much. And just for me, like big thank you. If you like this, if you had a great time today, best thing you can do, please like, share, tag, tell all of your friends. Get your friends involved and just spread the word. Best thing you can do is just spread through word of mouth. And then also additionally, I'll be sending out a feedback form sometime this week. So if there's some things like I really am always open to constructive feedback. So think some things could be done better. I am all ears. Please be nice and try. But really, I do want to hear all that stuff so we can keep making these shows bigger and better for you guys, the athletes. So that being said, let's get into our amateur division.
We're going to start with our amateur division.
Second place in the
In second place in Masters Women's Lightweight,
division. Give it up for
Patty Burton.
Come on, Patty, step up. That's your spot. All right,
And in first place
in the lightweight division,
in the Masters Women Lightweight, Janet Campos. Congratulations, ladies.
all right, in our heavyweights division,
Moving on to our Masters Heavyweight.
in second place,
In second place, Christine Sebastian. And in first place for the Masters Women Open, Ellie Pope.
that's right. So the pattern all day long today. Great job. One more time for your open class and women's masters. Masters, got first place, stick around. All right, moving in to stay in the amateur division, the Masters men middleweight category.
The Masters men's middleweight, 220. In third place, Sean Burton.
I won't go on and on either. Hate me for calling more attention to you, but last year, this guy suffered an injury. It was his first comeback show. Since then, he did awesome in second place.
And in second place, Ted Drever. Ted apparently suffered a very serious injury last year and came back. This is his first comeback, and he only came in second by half a point. So very impressive showing.
He successfully hit the weight that he got injured on last year, so this guy's come back. Good job, Ted. And in first place, give it up for Anthony Infante.
First place, Masters men 220, Anthony Infante.
One more time for the 220 Masters.
That's your Masters men 220 and under.
All right, moving in to
Up next, we have our Masters Open Heavyweight Division.
in third place.
Third place, we have Sean Feneley.
What is own? John Feneley, the man. And in second place.
Second place, we have
At our Saturday Piece of the Bay competition yesterday. In second place,
Christopher Tanner.
All right, in first place. Give a hand to
Your first place of your Masters middleweight, or sorry, Masters men heavyweight, Leroy Herden.
One more time for the Masters Open men.
I think Alex is having to adjust the camera because they're so tall.
All right, and finishing out with our 50-plus category.
In our last but not least category, Masters men 50 plus. In third place, we have Horace Marlowe.
Boys just told me to stop. In second place.
In second place,
Crystal River, Freak Strong Gym. Give it up to
Woody Wood. In your first place, Masters 50 plus, Edward Wellborn.
If you got first, just stick around for a minute. We'll do a group first place photo. If you got first place, just stick around for a few more minutes. And we're going to move into our photo.
Up next, we're going to do the awards for the pro divisions.
All right, so we're getting into our pro Masters World Champions here. We're going to start with the women's middleweight.
starting with the women's middleweight, 165 and under. In third place, Leanna Wellborn, wife of Ed Wellborn, sorry. In second place,
Give it up for Nicole Tico.
Nicole Tickle.
And taking home a championship title belt in first place.
And in first place, Chantel Jessamine. Now, the winners of the pro divisions get belts as their prize instead of the medals.
Give it up in a 165 Masters Pro.
This was a battling division. The first and third place division is or first and third place position only separated by 1 point. The last event moved them all around. It was a very tough battle for each of these ladies.
All right, moving into our lightweight 50-plus category.
In our Masters Lightweight 50-plus category, first place, Brenda Schubert.
One more time, give a hand to Brenda Schubert. By the way, guys, if you got one of these title belts, we got like a case, a carrying case with it over here for you. If you want to come snag that, got a phone, help you travel with it a little easier, so you come snag that over here. Moving into our Masters Open Heavyweight Division.
Our Masters Open Heavyweight Division, third place, Alexis Hutchison.
In second place,
Tanya York.
and your champion in the Masters.
And in first place,
Women's Heavyweight Open
Masters
Division,
Women
give it to
Open, Michelle Johnston.
Remember, if you got one of these title belts, we have some cases available that you can come take and grab and take home with you. One more time for your Masters Women's Open Division. All right, and setting a national record today on the axle clean and press, your champion in the 50-plus Masters.
Your Masters Women Heavyweight 50-plus winner is Carrie Ann Davis. Carrie Ann set a national record on the axle press today.
Give it up for Carrie Ann Davis. All right, moving into our
Up next, we've got our Masters men middleweight 220.
and under division.
In second place, we've got Michael Toomey.
All right, another national record setter today. 2-time set and broke his own record. Your champion.
And in first place, Masters men 220, Luke Allfield. He also set a national record today on the press, not once but twice, beating his record on his third attempt.
Remember, guys, you got to leave belts if you want to travel turning case. We got them over here for you. Hey, we got first. Please stick around for group champion 30. All right, moving into our Masters men lightweight 50.
Our Masters men lightweight 50 plus. First place, Eric Schmidt.
One more time for your lightweight 50 plus champion, Eric Schmidt. All right, another person representing the state of Arizona in the Masters men.
Our Masters men heavyweight 50 plus.
Your champion, the Navajo
First
warrior,
place, Steve Eastless.
One more time for Steve Eastless. And one more time for these guys coming out from Arizona together. Making it happen here in Tampa, Florida.
Both these gentlemen from Arizona.
All right, moving into our last category, the Masters.
The last category of the day, we've got our Masters men heavyweight open division.
In second place, give it up for Justin, the technician, Santucci.
Justin Santucci.
All the way from Utah, coming down here. And your champion
And in first place,
heavyweight division, give a hand to
Jonathan Norris Green. Congratulations to all the athletes today, all the winners. Again, if you enjoyed today's broadcast, make sure you subscribe to the channel or consider joining our membership, which gets you added bonuses. Shout out quick to our sponsors, Cerberus, for sponsoring both the channel and this event. Our water provider, Alabama Mineral Springs. And then Dark Horse Massage Therapy, Vanilla Gorilla Strength, and I believe USS, Willie Wessel here is talking. Just want to say thank you to them as well for having us here.